आगामी महीनों में भारत अपनी अध्यक्षता में G20 ग्रुप की मेजबानी भी करने जा रही है। इसमें दुनिया के 20 बड़े देश भारत की अध्यक्षता में वैश्विक विषयों पर मंथन करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है भारत में होने वाले इस मंथन से जो निष्कर्ष और नीतियां निर्धारित होंगे उनसे आने वाले दशकों की दिशा तय होगी। देवियों और स्वजनों, दशकों पहले मुझे रायरंगपुर में श्री अरबिंदो इंटीग्रल स्कूल में शिक्षक के रूप में कार्य करने का अवसर मिला था। कुछ ही दिनों के बाद श्री अरबिंदो जी की 150वीं जन्म जयंती मनाई जाएगी। शिक्षा के बारे में श्री अरबिंदो के विचारों ने मुझे निरंतर प्रेरित किया है। जन प्रतिनिधि के रूप में विभिन्न पदों पर कार्य करते हुए और फिर राज्यपाल के रूप में भी मेरा शिक्षण संस्थानों के साथ सक्रिय जुड़ाव रहा है। मैंने देश के युवाओं के उत्साह और आत्मबल को करीब से देखा है। हम सभी के श्रद्धेय अटल जी कहा करते थे कि देश के युवा जब आगे बढ़ते हैं तो वे सिर्फ अपने ही भाग्य नहीं बनाते बल्कि देश का भी भाग्य बनाते हैं। आज हम इसे सोच होते देख रहे हैं। वोकल फॉर लोकल से लेकर डिजिटल इंडिया तक हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहा आज का भारत विश्व के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर औद्योगिक क्रांति 4.0 के लिए पूरी तरह भारत तैयार है। रिकॉर्ड संख्या में बन रहे स्टार्टअप्स में नए इनोवेशंस में दूर सुदूर क्षेत्रों में डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की स्वीकार्यता में भारत के युवाओं की बड़ी भूमिका है। बीते वर्ष में भारत ने जिस तरह महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए निर्णय लिए हैं, नीतियां बनाई गई है, इससे भी देश में एक नई शक्ति का संचार हुआ है। मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारी सभी बहनें व बेटियां अधिक से अधिक सशक्त हो तथा वे देश के हर क्षेत्र में अपना योगदान बढ़ाती रहें। मैं अपने देश के युवाओं से कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप न केवल अपने भविष्य का निर्माण कर रहे हैं बल्कि भविष्य के भारत की नींव भी रख रहे हैं। देश के राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर मेरा हमेशा आपको पूरा सहयोग रहेगा। देवियों और स्वजनों, विकास और प्रगतिशीलता का अर्थ निरंतर आगे बढ़ना होता है, लेकिन साथ ही अपने अतीत का ज्ञान भी उतना ही आवश्यक है। आज जो विश्व सस्टेनेबल प्लैनेट की बात कर रहे हैं तो उसमें भारत की प्राचीन परंपराओं, हमारे अतीत की सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल की भूमिका और बढ़ जाती है। मेरा जन्म तो उस जनजातीय परंपरा से हुआ है जिसने हजारों वर्ष से प्रकृति के साथ तालमेल बनाकर जीवन को आगे बढ़ाया है। मैंने जंगल और जलाशयों के महत्व को अपने जीवन में महसूस किया है। हम प्रकृति से जरूरी संसाधन लेते हैं और उतनी ही श्रद्धा से प्रकृति से सेवा भी करते हैं। यहाँ संवेदनशीलता का आज वैश्विक अनिवार्यता बन गया है। मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि भारत पर्यावरण संरक्षण के क्षेत्र में विश्व का मार्गदर्शक बन रहा है। देवियों और स्वजनों, मैंने अपने अब तक के जीवन में जन सेवा में ही जीवन की सार्थकता को अनुभव किया है। श्री जगन्नाथ क्षेत्र के एक प्रख्यात कवि भीमभोई जी की कविता की एक पंक्ति है, मो जीवन पछे नरके पड़ी था जगत उद्धार है। अपने जीवन के हित और हित से बड़ा जगत कल्याण के लिए कार्य करना होता है। जगत कल्याण की इसी भावना के साथ मैं आप सबके विश्वास पर खरा उतरने के लिए पूरी निष्ठा व लगन से काम करने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहूंगी। आइए हम सभी एकजुट होकर समर्पित भाव से कर्तव्य पथ पर आगे बढ़े तथा वैभवशाली व आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय।
Honorable President, Srimati Droupadi Murmu ji, respected Sri Ramnath Kovind ji, Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, Speaker of Lok Sabha Sri Om Birla ji, Chief Justice of India Sri N.V. Ramana ji, respected parliamentarians, other dignitaries, brothers and sisters, and my dear fellow citizens, Namaskar. Madam President, you have just addressed the members of the Parliament. I wish to read a few paragraphs from the English version of the address, and the rest may be considered as read in view of the time constraint. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all members of Parliament and legislative assemblies for electing me to the highest constitutional post of India. Brothers and sisters, we have to work at a fast pace in this Amrit Kal to fulfill the expectations of our freedom fighters from the citizens of independent India. In these 25 years, the path to attain the goals of Amrit Kal will proceed on two tracks, Sabka Prayas or Sabka Kartavya, everyone's effort and everyone's duty. The new development journey towards the bright future of India has to be undertaken by our collective efforts following the path of duty. We will be observing Kargil Vijay Divas tomorrow, July 26th. This day is a symbol of both the bravery and the restraint of the Indian armed forces. Today, I extend my best wishes in advance to the armed forces of the country and to all the citizens of India. Brothers and sisters, growth and progress mean continuously marching ahead. But equally important is awareness about one's past. Today, when the world is talking about sustainable planet, the role of India's ancient traditions and sustainable lifestyle becomes more important. I was born in the tribal tradition which has lived in harmony with the nature for thousands of years. I have realized the importance of forests and water bodies in my life. We take necessary resources from nature and serve nature with equal reverence. This sensitivity has become a global imperative today. I am happy that India is guiding the world in the field of environmental protection. Brothers and sisters, in my life so far, I have realized the meaning of life only through public service. There is a line from the poem of Bhim Bhoi Ji, a famous poet of Sri Jagannath Kshetra. Mo jibana bacche, narke paditav, jagata uddar hev. That is, working for the welfare of the world is far greater than one's own interest. With the spirit of welfare of the world, it always be ready to work. All of us, with full devotion and dedication, to live up to the trust you all have reposed in me. Let us all unite and move forward on the path of duty with a dedicated spirit to build a glorious and self-reliant India. Thank you. जय हिंद।
राष्ट्रपति महोदया, आपकी आज्ञा हो तो समारोह की कार्यवाही समाप्त की जाए। नमस्ते करेंगे।
Just we are seeing the President of India, Droupadi Murmu, moving out of the Central Hall of Parliament after having taken oath and made her first address to the nation. All the dignitaries present there, led by Prime Minister, welcoming, and as she moves out, along with outgoing President Ramnath Kovind. In fact, he's no more the President, it's Droupadi Murmu, the President, and the dignitaries moving out. In fact, some parts of the ceremony still remain. In fact, from here on, the President would be going back to the presidential palace, accompanied by Ramnath Kovind, of course. And there, once she reaches the Rashtrapati Bhavan, Samiksha, she would be given the first guard of honor by the President's bodyguard. Now, of course, the ceremonial procession, as she is led out by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Om Birla, Vice President, also Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Venkaiah Naidu. Let's go back to the
successive president to have been sworn in today. Madam Droupadi Murmu was sworn in as the 15th President of India a short while ago. The oath of office was administered to her by Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana. The ceremony has now concluded. In fact, after the oath-taking ceremony, which was followed by a 21-gun salute and the first address of the 15th President, which was then, excerpts of which were also translated in English and read out by Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman, Mr. M. Venkaiah Naidu. The ceremony in the Central Hall of Parliament has now concluded. And as you can see, the 14th President of India, Mr. Ramnath Kovind, the new President, Madam President Murmu, along with other dignitaries now leaving for the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
तमाम इतिहास जो आज इस शपथ ग्रहण समारोह के साथ हमने बनते देखे, आजादी के बाद जन्म लेने वाली पहली राष्ट्रपति देश को मिली है। साथ ही हम देख रहे हैं कि अब राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर रवाना होंगी और राष्ट्रपति भवन के फोरकोर्ट में हैंडिंग ओवर सेरेमनी होगी और इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति भवन से रामनाथ कोविंद विदा होंगे। द्रौपदी मुर्मू देश की 15वीं राष्ट्रपति बन गई हैं। संसद भवन से ये सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं। देश में दूसरी बार सर्वोच्च पद पर महिला आसीन हुई हैं। कई मायनों में आज हमने इतिहास को बनते देखा है और तमाम बड़ी बातें जो आज राष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ लेने के बाद राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने कही हैं। उन्होंने नई भारत की नई तस्वीर का जिक्र किया और कहा कि वो तमाम देशवासियों की जो आशाएं हैं, आकांक्षाएं हैं, उनका अभिनंदन करती हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि एक महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड है जिस दिन उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ ली है। देश आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। उन्होंने इस बात का भी जिक्र किया कि एक और महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव जब देश ने आजादी के 50 साल पूरे किए, उस वक्त उन्होंने अपने राजनीतिक सफर की शुरुआत की और आज जब देश अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, उस वक्त उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ ली है।
Absolutely, and significantly, as the new Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Armed Forces, the President also hailed the contribution, the grit, the valor of the security forces, the Indian Armed Forces, who continue to guard us. And as 26th of July is remarkable in Indian history, we celebrate Kargil Vijay Divas on this very day. Just a day before that, Madam President Murmu has taken oath as the 15th President, and the President in India is the Commander of the Indian Armed Forces.
All right, those pictures of President Droupadi Murmu being serenaded by the presidential bodyguards back from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she would be bidding a final goodbye to outgoing President Ramnath Kovind. And in the pictures, we see the carcade now following the President's bodyguard, which have already taken the President's limousine with them. In a while, we would see the carcade and the ceremonial procession coming out from the North Gate. Yes, we see them in the pictures now, coming from the North Gate of Parliament and on towards the Vijay Chowk.
शपथ ग्रहण के बाद संसद के केंद्रीय कक्ष से उनका प्रस्थान उनके आधिकारिक निवास राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर उनका काफिला संसद भवन से प्रस्थान करता हुआ (25 जुलाई 2022 का दिन इतिहास में दर्ज होता हुआ देश के छठे राष्ट्रपति नीलम संजीव रेड्डी ने 25 जुलाई 1977 को शपथ ली थी। उसके बाद हर राष्ट्रपति ने अपना कार्यकाल पूरा किया है और 25 जुलाई को ही शपथ ली है। राष्ट्रपति अंगरक्षक राष्ट्रपति के काफिले के आगे आगे और उनके साथ नई राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू अपने आधिकारिक निवास राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर ये काफिला विजय चौक से अब रायसीना पहाड़ी की ओर बढ़ता हुआ।
Srimati Droupadi Murmu is now the 15th President of the Republic of India. She now sits as the constitutional head of the nation. As the President's bodyguard, escort the President's carcade towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. Personnel of the armed forces lined on either side of the path, going up the Raisina hill, salute and present. It's a special day for the nation, not only because of Srimati Murmu's selection and election as President, a great message for democracy in itself, but also witnessing the graceful, smooth transition of power. The exchanging of positions as seated in the vehicle, the exchanging of positions as seated in the study, all indicative of how power transitions. The seat of power, the North Block, the South Block, the seat of governance, Parliament House, all standing silent witness to this special moment.
ये समारोह बेहद भव्य और परंपरा से भरा हुआ। इसमें ध्यान से देखें तो ये समझ में आएगा कि किस तरह शपथ ग्रहण से पहले और बाद में जो क्रम होता है पूर्व राष्ट्रपति का और वर्तमान राष्ट्रपति का, वो किस प्रकार से बदलता है। और यही हमारे इस प्रजातंत्र की विशेषता है, जहां हस्तांतरण सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद पर जिस प्रकार से होता है वो मिसाल है और पारंपरिक भव्यता के साथ इन कर्तव्यों का निर्वाह किया जाता है। एक नया अध्याय भारत के प्रजातांत्रिक इतिहास में जुड़ता हुआ भारत की 15वीं राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू और उनके साथ अब पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर अग्रसर हैं। विजय चौक से रायसीना पहाड़ी की ओर दोनों ओर तीनों सेवाओं के पर्सनल तैनात उन्हें सम्मान देते हुए और सजीले घुड़सवार अंगरक्षक रायसीना पहाड़ी पर मुख्य द्वार जो भव्यता का प्रतीक इस भव्य और आलीशान इमारत राष्ट्रपति भवन का, यहां से काफिला अब इसके मुख्य प्रांगण की ओर।
We can see the imposing dome, the Jaipur column, and the pathway leading up to the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan. With high positions comes a higher sense of responsibility. Power has as its companion, a constant companion, responsibility. The working on the advice of the elected government, the President of India, is the protector of the Constitution. Srimati Murmu, as our new President, will hold in her heart and her hands a responsibility to ensure that the last mile, the last person is connected, interconnected, and belongs to a nation called India, a nation that is progressing. The last person has an equal share in the growth, prosperity, and progress of the nation to actually make democracy truly meaningful.
बिल्कुल, अपने कार्यकाल के दौरान ऐसे कई क्षण होते हैं, कई अवसर होते हैं जब राष्ट्रपति की भूमिका बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है और राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, जिन्हें सामाजिक जीवन का, जिनका अपना खुद का जीवन सादा और ज़मीन से उनका जुड़ाव, वो समझती हैं एक साधारण व्यक्ति के दर्द को भी, उसके संघर्ष को भी, उसकी आकांक्षाओं को भी, भविष्य के उनके निर्णयों के लिए उनका ये अनुभव बहुत ही सार्थक और बहुत ही प्रासंगिक होगा। देश के सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद पर देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के हित के लिए निर्णय लेते हुए उनका अपना निजी अनुभव, जो उनका जीवन है, वो अनुकरणीय है।
In fact, Srimati Droupadi Murmu started her political career at the grassroots levels as a councillor. And after that, her movement upwards, also as the first woman governor of Jharkhand. She has faced immense challenges. She has had to take many important decisions. But now she will be keeping the nation and the Constitution ahead of all her decisions, arriving here at the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan to her official residence now.
राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद का आगमन राष्ट्रपति भवन के प्रांगण में। राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू
सलामी देगा। राष्ट्रीय सल्यूट मध्य देख।
PVG Commandant Colonel Anup Tawari giving the command. The President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu, boarding her vehicle along with former President Shri Ramnath Kovind.
काफिला नॉर्थ कोर्ट की ओर बढ़ता हुआ, जहां से अब राष्ट्रपति और पूर्व राष्ट्रपति कमेटी रूम की तरफ जाएंगे।
Here at the North Court, awaiting the arrival of the new president, personnel and staff of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Greeting their new president.
राष्ट्रपति भवन स्वागत कर रहा है नए राष्ट्रपति का, श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू और उनके साथ पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद।
The President moves towards the committee room and also her new office and her new residence.
राष्ट्रपति भवन के इस भव्य गलियारे पर पूर्व राष्ट्रपतियों के चित्र, कावेरी जो कमेटी रूम है उस ओर प्रस्थान।
This magnificent building, sandstone, pink and cream, the Rashtrapati Bhavan has a fabulous history of its own.
Welcome to Rashtrapati Bhavan, the office and home of the President of India. Completed in 1929, Rashtrapati Bhavan, designed by Edwin Lutyens and Herbert Baker, is one of the most magnificent presidential palaces ever built. The erstwhile symbol of colonial power and imperial domination is today representative of Indian democracy, of its inclusiveness, plurality and secularism. This is not just the residence of the constitutional head of the world's largest democracy, but also in terms of area, the largest residence of a head of state anywhere in the world. office of the president is called the study. This is the formal meeting place for the president where he receives his guests and visitors. Murals by eminent artist Sukumar Bose inspired the look and color scheme of the study. Gifts received by various presidents adorn the study. The study opens into the morning room. The president meets dignitaries here. Each room in the Rashtrapati Bhavan stands witness to history. To restore these to their former glory, the restoration team had to rearrange available resources in view of the heritage nature of the rooms. Work was undertaken in each room to revive its distinct character, just like the way they were originally meant to be. Fascinating works of art by reputed Indian and European artists were restored to add character to the walls. Darbar Hall is where the first government of independent India was sworn in. Lutyens designed new viceregal thrones for the Darbar Hall to replace those from Government House in Calcutta. With new flags, paintings and a warm look, Darbar Hall has regained its past grandeur and is now used for hosting civil and defense investiture ceremonies and for conferment of other national and international awards. Next to Darbar Hall is the library. It is also described as the daughter of Darbar Hall. Besides priceless publications from the 19th century onwards, it also has more than 2,000 rare books. They are now being digitized and preserved for posterity. Ashoka Hall was originally built as a state ballroom. It is now the venue for accepting credentials of foreign envoys and other formal functions. Embellishments on the ceilings, carpets and chandeliers reveal the stately splendor of the room. The New Age President's Estate is gearing up to present itself as a prime tourist attraction with 3 distinct tourist circuits: the main building, gardens, and museums. Almost 60% of the President's Estate, that is more than 190 acres, is green, comprising dense foliage and rare flora and fauna. Besides the spiritual, herbal, cactus, and nakshatra gardens, it includes the sprawling Mughal gardens. Rashtrapati Bhavan, declared a Grade 1 heritage structure in 2009, is an iconic living heritage. Grade 1 heritage structure in 2009 is an iconic living heritage.
तू ना रुकेगा कभी, तू ना झुकेगा कभी.
All right, those were pictures from the ceremony of oath-taking of President of India, Droupadi Murmu, becoming the 15th President of the Republic. And in the pictures, we see the presidential bodyguards giving the national salute to President Murmu after she returned from Parliament Central Hall, where she was given the oath by Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramanna. The ceremony is almost coming to an end, and now, of course, the last bit of formality where President Murmu would give goodbye to former President Ramnath Kovind, after which we would see the end of ceremonies. In fact, Nupur, if I could encapsulate once for the benefit of viewers what President Murmu said in her acceptance speech post the oath taking. She said that my elevation is not just my achievement, but that of everyone in the country. She in fact emphasized her background when she said that my election as president is proof that poor in India can dream and make those dreams come true. She of course also mentioned the fact that she is becoming president in the 75th year of India's independence, and that in itself is significant, that coming from a very poor, humble, tribal, backward background and from one of the most backward regions, someone like her could be becoming the first citizen of the country and the head of the state. And of course, given her tribal background, she mentioned the Santhal Kranti, its role in our freedom struggle. She mentioned Birsa Munda, and of course capped her speech with a tribal poem by medieval poet Saint Bhima Bhoi from Odisha, her home state. That was the speech by Droupadi Murmu. In fact, what struck me was that she came so well prepared. She mentioned that she would be taking extra care of women and youth. She mentioned universities, given the fact that the President of India happens to be the visitor to all universities in the country, the central universities that is, and of course the armed forces, given the fact that as President she would be the Commander-in-Chief of India's armed forces. A very well prepared, well turned out speech there by President Murmu as she takes over from Ramnath Kovind. Nupur.
This choice that's been made by the Prime Minister as the NDA's candidate does have a lot of political thinking behind it as well, because Abhishek, she is the first tribal president from the country, and a woman at that too. So, it's a great combination that the government essentially has put together. So much so that, the opposition actually developed cracks because of the compelling choice that had been made by the Prime Minister as well as, the government.
Oh, absolutely. I could give you some details about how the relationship with the relationship of Prime Minister Modi in his executive role, first as Chief Minister of Gujarat and then Prime Minister, has really panned out with the tribal communities across the country. Just 2 points I missed from the speech of Droupadi Murmu, Nupur, and that was her emphasizing the organic relationship which the tribal communities have with nature, the manner in which they worship nature gods, and the fact that she mentioned the upcoming G20 summit. So I think fully into the groove so far as her speech is concerned, and I think I'm being told we have to take a short break, so I'll come to the part of Narendra Modi and tribals a little later.
Absolutely. Abhishek, thank you very much for that. In fact, we are now getting news Right, we're just going to cut across to some breaking news that we are getting about this only, even as the new president of India has taken oaths. The PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, has attacked the ex-president Ramnath Kovind. Now, she's tweeted and she said that the outgoing president leaves behind a legacy where the Indian constitution was trampled upon umpteenth number of times, be it scrapping of Article 370, CAA, or the unabashed targeting of minorities and Dalits. He fulfilled the BJP's political agenda, all at the cost of the Indian constitution. So that, of course, is a tweet that's just come in from Mehbooba Mufti. Abhishek, if you could just talk about this a bit. Many would wonder, Abhishek, if this was the day to come out with a stinging criticism of the government's choices, because at the end of the day, it was a ceremonial day when the next president of the country takes over. Mufti, of course, going on to insult and target the ex-president. Abhishek?
Well, we have seen how the opposition, out of their despair, out of their frustration, have continued to attack institutions. We have seen Mehbooba Mufti, in fact, earlier also, questioning the tricolour, and now in this tweet saying that the outgoing president leaves behind a legacy where the Indian constitution was trampled upon umpteenth times. I think she's talking in the context of Article 370, and she also mentions CAA or the unabashed targeting of minorities and Dalits. She is forgetting, Nupur, that Ramnath Kovind actually came from Dalit community, and she's also not realizing the difference between the constitutional head of state and the head of government, that these actions are taken by the government. Also, Nupur, the fact that we have had presidents like Gyani Jail Singh and Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, Mehbooba Mufti, of course, showing certain amnesia about India's history when it comes to presidents. Kavinder Gupta joins us, of the BJP from Jammu and Kashmir. Kavinder Gupta ji, Mehbooba Mufti again going back to harping Article 370 and trying to corner former President Ramnath Kovind on that, not realizing it was part of a national objective, the removal of Article 370. But why target an institution like the Office of the President of India?
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर के उनकी लगातार भारत को ब्लैकमेल करना और भारत जिस प्रकार की कांग्रेस या दूसरी सरकारें रही, उसके कारण से धारा 370 और खास करके इन लोगों को जो एंटी नेशनल एलिमेंट्स थे, इनको प्रमोट किया जाता था। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने जब इनको नकारा है, इनको रोका है पाकिस्तान प्रस्ती से, ये पैसे लेकर के पाकिस्तान के लिए काम करते थे, वही एजेंडा इनका यहाँ पर था। आज इनको तकलीफ होना स्वाभाविक बात है। देश में एक देशभक्तों की, राष्ट्रभक्तों की सरकार है और उनको उनके द्वारा चुने हुए जो राष्ट्रपति सर्वोच्च पद पर बैठे हैं, तो आज इस एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल जो पोस्ट है राष्ट्रपति की, उस पर इस तरह से सवाल खड़े करना, ये एंटी नेशनल बात है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार के लोग जो अपनी दुकानें चलाते रहे हैं, आज इनका बस नहीं चल रहा, और जो कांग्रेस ने और दूसरे लोगों ने इनको हमेशा से सपोर्ट किया है, आज उस पर भी क्वेश्चन मार्क लगा है। और स्वाभाविक बात है, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन खुल करके सामने आ रही है, इसलिए महबूबा मुफ्ती इस प्रकार की बयानबाजी कर रही है।
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, लगता है आपको कि उनके ऐसा कहने से आर्टिकल 370 की जो परिस्थिति है, जो अब नहीं है वो स्टैट्यूट में, उस पर कोई असर पड़ेगा?
देखिए, जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता जो 70 सालों से लगातार ये धारा 370 के असर के कारण से लद्दाख, जम्मू के साथ भेदभाव करते रहे, और आज लोगों ने उसको सराहा है धारा 370 हटाने को। तो महबूबा मुफ्ती कुछ भी कहें, आने वाला जो इलेक्शन है वो इनको पूरे इस राजनीति से बाहर करने वाला है। तो ये इस प्रकार के एंटी नेशनल बयान दे करके कुछ भी कहें, लेकिन इनका वो काम ये अब चलने वाला नहीं है। वो समय गया जबकि ये धारा 370 के माध्यम से ना यहाँ पर कोई फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट होने देते थे, ना कुछ, और इन्होंने कुल मिलाकर परिवारवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद इन्हीं की देन है। आज धारा 370 हटने के बाद लोग भी खुश और जनता भी खुश।
All right, thank you so much, Kavinder Gupta, there, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. I think we also have Gaurav Bhatia on the phone line. Gaurav Bhatia, Mehbooba Mufti targeting former President Ramnath Kovind and perhaps, pushing in the narrative of her party of a section within Kashmir Valley of Article 370 abrogation. You think that this attack on former president is essentially or more aimed at the government of Narendra Modi?
People like Mehbooba Mufti issuing certificates of how a constitutional authority has fulfilled his obligation under the Constitution is itself to be ignored. Because let's not forget that Ramnath Kovind ji was the epitome of following the precedent set, the constitutional values, and is very well respected. He showed every Indian how you can rise up the ladder and occupy the highest constitutional post through your hard work and perseverance. But Mehbooba Mufti is the one who had said that I will not lift the Tiranga if Article 370 is not restored. Was that constitutional? Mehbooba Mufti should answer. And all her statements incite people. They are divisive in nature. And thus, now she is again yet showing her true colors.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gaurav Bhatia. And we continue our coverage of the ceremonies around oath-taking of new President of India, Droupadi Murmu. Over to Nupur now.
All right. Of course, as Abhishek is pointing out, we have, of course, been seeing the ceremonies that involve the swearing in of the 15th President of India. All right, and still to come on Republic TV, it's a historic day for India as the 15th President was sworn in.
Four-year-old man from the national capital with no history of foreign travel tested positive for the monkeypox virus, making it the fourth case of the disease reported in India. A resident of West Delhi, the man was isolated at the LNJP hospital in Delhi around 3 days ago after he showed symptoms of the disease. The centre has held a high-level review meeting.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Hey, do you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा। हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों, से हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
थोड़ी कंडीशन नहीं थी, आज काफी हवा थी, पर फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा था कि हाँ थोड़ा लगेगी।
लास्ट तक वो था अंदर, और हाँ ठीक है, जितना भी लगाया अच्छा है कि मेडल जिताया है।
The Olympic champion has yet again scripted history at the World Athletics Championship, bagging a silver medal. Neeraj Chopra there, the second Indian to have made history there at the World Athletics Championship.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा। हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों से, हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
4 gangsters has been arrested along with the arms and ammunition, and they are getting the directions from Lawrence Bishnoi as well as from the Goldi Barat to carry a certain type of extortion racket in Punjab and Haryana as well. This operation was being carried out by STF Haryana. Their interrogation on the same line is being followed.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Year-old man from the national capital with no history of foreign travel tested positive for the monkeypox virus, making it the 4th case of the disease reported in India. A resident of West Delhi, the man was isolated at the LNJP hospital in Delhi around 3 days ago after he showed symptoms of the disease. The centre has held a high-level review meeting.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा। हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों से, हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
थोड़ी कंडीशन नहीं थी, आज काफी हवा थी, पर फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा था कि हाँ थोड़ा लगेगी। लास्ट तक वो था अंदर, और हाँ ठीक है, जितना भी लगाया अच्छा है कि मेडल जिताया है।
The Olympic champion has yet again scripted history at the World Athletics Championship, bagging a silver medal. Neeraj Chopra there, the second Indian to have made history there at the World Athletics Championship.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि
मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी।
India gets its historic new president, Droupadi Murmu, as she is sworn in as the 15th president of the country. Droupadi Murmu becomes the youngest and first ever tribal president of India.
कारगिल विजय दिवस भी है। ये दिन भारत की सेनाओं के शौर्य और संयम दोनों का ही प्रतीक है।
In a first speech after being sworn in, President Murmu wishes India on Kargil Divas. From women's rights, youth focus to G20, President Murmu packed it all into her historic first speech in Parliament. She said it's time for India 4.0. West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee taken to AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Republic Bangla leads the coverage on the mega scam. We know that news doesn't wait. We know that news is always live and breaking. And we know that you hate missing out on the news. Don't be denied live news anymore. No more fear of missing out. You can watch the news anytime, anywhere, and on any device. All you have to do is open your browser, Google Republic Livestream, and tap to watch the news. We are available on most OTT platforms, and if your platform of choice does not have Republic Livestream, you can ask them to reach out to us and we will make it available. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma. Well, getting breaking news now on the Har Ghar Tiranga controversy. AIUDF leader has made a shocking statement objecting to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign.
RSS never raised the Indian flag in their office. So ultimately it is a contradictory, self-contradictory. Now the BJP is in power. They are from the RSS or Rashtriya Sangchab group. They never show any patriotism in this line. They never raise the national flag in their office. So ultimately, it is I think hypocrisy decisions. Everyone holds their national flag in every house. They told already the rupees 16 you will get the national flag. Ultimately, it is the process to get out rupees 16 from every family from their pocket. It is another process to get out the money from their pocket. So I don't think so. Only raise our national flag is prove their patriotism.
So shocking AIUDF leader's statement on the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. He says that it's hypocrisy, the call to hoist the national flag.
देश की प्रथम आदिवासी महिला ने देश के 15वें राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर पदभार संभाल लिया है और इस महत्वपूर्ण घटना के महत्व और प्रभाव को वर्तमान और भविष्य में जाना और समझा जाएगा।
So we have cameras specially positioned inside Rashtrapati Bhavan and of course outside to bring you the detailing from within what is happening, and of course beautiful images of the glorious surroundings and the vistas around. The gathering of the dignitaries here, the 3 service chiefs are here, the Chief of Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey, the Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, and the Naval Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar.
रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह, उनके साथ राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार अजीत डोभाल, राष्ट्रपति भवन के प्रांगण में अंतर सेना गारद,
Awaiting the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who shall be here shortly to congratulate Srimati Murmu on her taking over as the 15th President of India. And here we see the arrival of his carcade.
गण्यमान्य व्यक्तियों का आगमन कुछ ही देर में राष्ट्रपति भवन में होगा। ये संसद भवन का दृश्य, जहां से गण्यमान्य व्यक्ति राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर प्रस्थान करते हुए
The circular Parliament Hall, we just saw images of that, the historic Vijay Chowk, here we are, the Raisina Hill, all having borne silent testimony to our history of how power has transitioned, about how mantles have been taken over and given away, how decisions are taken on which the future of the nation depends, and they have been witness to all this over the years.
सभी गण्यमान्य व्यक्ति राष्ट्रपति भवन पहुंचकर देश की 15वीं राष्ट्रपति का अभिवादन करेंगे। अंतर्गात्र सेना तैनात है।
An inter-services guard of honor here stationed right in the center of the forecourt. The gently tinkling fountains on either side of your screen, adding to the ceremonial air, the gentle tinkling of water down, all a very, very beautiful, serene and gracious surrounding as the frame of this event.
बीचों बीच जयपुर कॉलम या जयपुर स्तंभ 145 फीट ऊंचा है और इधर राष्ट्रपति भवन के प्रांगण में धीरे धीरे बढ़ता हुआ कारों का काफिला और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का आगमन। ऐतिहासिक अवसर देश की प्रथम आदिवासी महिला ने आज देश के 15वें राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर शपथ ली है, पदभार संभाला है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का राष्ट्रपति भवन के प्रांगण में आगमन।
The head of governance of the largest democracy in the world has arrived here to greet and felicitate the constitutional head of the largest democracy in the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived here.
उपराष्ट्रपति और राज्यसभा के सभापति श्री वेंकैया नायडू का आगमन।
Sri Venkaiah Naidu taking his seat next to the Prime Minister. There are some very few family members also of the new president here in the audience. People have come from her village, some of them, very few, small number of invitees. Our new president is a simple lady, and I think simplicity is going to be her strength. We have in the audience BJP MLAs from Mayurbhanj district. We also have union ministers, members of parliament, to make President Droupadi Bhavan's day all the more special.
उपराष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री और देश के गण्यमान्य व्यक्ति इस समय राष्ट्रपति भवन में मौजूद हैं नए राष्ट्रपति का स्वागत करने के लिए।
And that's the strength of our democracy. When our new president represents all sections of society, marginalized and mainstream, and to ensure that the marginalized are mainstreamed. That's the true success of democracy. A democracy that continues to revitalize itself, to grow, and to take in its ambit inclusion as its strongest value. Though there are myriad ways of exhibiting inclusion, today's ceremony, Srimati Murmu's election as the President of India, is a prime example.
देश की नई राष्ट्रपति का जीवन, जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं, संघर्ष का पर्याय है और बहुत बड़ा संदेश है उन सब के लिए जो कभी कभी संघर्षों में विचलित होने लगते हैं। संदेश यही है जो उन्होंने अपने जीवन से दिया है कि संघर्ष लगातार करना है और उसके बावजूद कल कौन सी जिम्मेदारी मिलेगी इसकी चिंता किए बगैर अपना काम, अपना कर्तव्य, उसका निर्वहन करना है। देश के सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद पर देश की आदिवासी महिला को प्रथम नागरिक बनने तक का जो अवसर मिला है, वो महिलाओं के लिए, बालिकाओं के लिए और हर देशवासी के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी राष्ट्रपति भवन के प्रांगण की ओर अब प्रस्थान कर रही हैं।
A special day also today for the state of Jharkhand. The moment Srimati Murmu's victory was announced, there were celebrations everywhere, and I'm sure today also the state will be celebrating in a very, very special way, and of course a proud moment for all. This is the North Court of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Again, you can see the combination of pink and cream sandstone and beautifully sculpted stone. And the President's limousine, President's cars make their way towards the forecourt, where the Vice President, the Prime Minister, the three service chiefs, and of course cabinet ministers are assembled and waiting for her.
इतिहास में दर्ज होते हुए ये क्षण, ये पल देश की 15वीं राष्ट्रपति
And now the inspection of the Guard of Honor.
निरीक्षण के लिए अधिरथ
और अब अंतर सेना कारत का निरीक्षण माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी द्वारा। अंतर सेना गारद का निरीक्षण संपन्न। राष्ट्रपति तीनों सेनाओं के सर्वोच्च कमांडर होते हैं। माननीय राष्ट्रपति द्वारा ये निरीक्षण हुआ और अब अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए यहाँ उपस्थित गण्यमान्य व्यक्ति।
As the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, the President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu, inspects her first Guard of Honor. And now alights at the saluting base here at the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan to be greeted, to be wished and to intermingle with the dignitaries present here. Taking her leave, the President, after being wished by all here, boards a vehicle.
भारत को बदलते हुए देख रही है दुनिया। यहाँ से भारत की गौरव गाथा में एक और अध्याय जुड़ता है।
Another smooth transition of power and position. And as the mantle of the constitutional head as President of the country is donned by Srimati Droupadi Murmu, a new responsibility comes her way. With her previous background, with her wisdom, with her knowledge and experience, she is sure to take this democracy forward with the right values.
भारत की गौरव गाथा और उपलब्धियों में सबको साथ लेकर चलने की जब बात आती है तो ऐसी घटनाएं और ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ इतिहास में दर्ज हो जाते हैं। आज ऐसा ही अवसर है जिसका समाज के हर तबके पर, हर वर्ग पर गहरा असर पड़ेगा।
In today's world, when the rate of change is so fast, when memories are forgotten even before they are made, certain pictures of this ceremony will always be etched with us. Because these are special memories. These are memories capturing tradition, transition. These are memories that help the present understand that there was a past that anchors them and there is a future which they will have to create, which then anchors future generations. It is this passing of the baton, it is this passing of responsibility that makes democracy seamless. Because people come and go, but the country forever is on the move, is always there, is constant. And as the largest reservoir of human resource in the world today, with the youngest population, India has a huge role to play.
पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद की पत्नी श्रीमती सविता कोविंद राष्ट्रपति भवन से प्रस्थान कर रही हैं। पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद का अब नया निवास 12 जनपथ होगा।
I'm sure it's a sentimental and a nostalgic moment for the family of the former president. 5 eventful years, 5 years of eventful memories have been made here. And the show must go on.
बदलाव प्रकृति का नियम है। एक कार्यकाल पूरा होता है, दूसरा प्रारंभ। और आज ये सब हम सब ने देखा पूरी भव्यता के साथ, और हम आज इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर इस घटना के साक्षी बने।
The engines of democracy carry on.
जब दिन निकला था उस समय लग रहा था कि बारिश किसी भी समय हो सकती है, लेकिन अब इस समय धूप बीच बीच में जब भी निकल रही है बादलों में से, काफी तेज उमस से भरा दिन। बारिश शायद कभी भी आए, लेकिन फिलहाल इस समय यहां राष्ट्रपति भवन में गतिविधियां लगातार जारी हैं। वर्तमान राष्ट्रपति के साथ पूर्व राष्ट्रपति,
the predecessor and the successor, our former president and current president, both together, and will now go to the dignitaries there at the forecourt, the central part of the forecourt. It's been a hectic day for everyone here at Rashtrapati Bhavan. A lot of preparations, making sure everything is in order as per protocol to be followed. Lots of activity happening.
पूरा पूरा कार्यक्रम इस तरह से होता है कि आप घड़ियां मिला सकते हैं। प्रोटोकॉल का और समय को देखते हुए पूरा उसका हिसाब रखा जाता है।
The guard commanded to stand at attention.
समारोह धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ता हुआ नए राष्ट्रपति का स्वागत और पूर्व राष्ट्रपति को विदाई।
सम्मान कार्ड निरीक्षण के लिए हजरत।
The guard commander requesting former President Kovind to inspect the guard. Mixed emotions, I'm sure, going through former President Kovind as he remembers his time 5 years ago when he came in here, a tenure well lived, a tenure well served. A grateful nation thanks him. And now the band will strike up a slow march for the inspection.
देश की सेवा करने का अपने कार्य को संपन्न करने का जो भाव मन में आता है उसे शब्दों में व्यक्त करना असंभव। धन्यवाद भी, आभार भी। सम्मान गारद का निरीक्षण संपन्न।
Gratitude and greetings going side by side.
अभिवादन भी, आभार भी और विदाई भी।
As the band picks up a quick march and the guard marches off, smiling faces greet the former president as he interacts with the people he had a close association with, built a close rapport with during his tenure. Memories made, memories imprinted, and of course relationships built.
मन के भाव चेहरों पर।
Exchanging of notes, conversations, and I'm sure relationships which will carry on into the future. Nostalgic moment for the former president as he's accompanied by the president, Srimati Murmu.
राष्ट्रपति की राष्ट्रपति भवन से औपचारिक विदाई।
Formal farewell to Shri Kovind. And as the presidential car drives away, We salute this great nation once again for its culture, tradition, customs, and of course its people. Trumpeter signaling a respectful farewell. The President's bodyguard now escorting the vehicle from the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan.
राष्ट्रपति की कारों का काफिला एक बार फिर बढ़ चला है। साथ में उनके घुड़सवार अंगरक्षक राष्ट्रपति भवन आज नए राष्ट्रपति का स्वागत कर रहा है तो पूर्व राष्ट्रपति को विदाई भी दे रहा है।
A truly traditional and ceremonial send-off, lining the sides of the entrance, the President's bodyguard paying full respect to their former chief, the Supreme Commander. A picture speaks 1,000 words. Moments captured for eternity. Presidential vehicle escorted with full honor from the official abode of the President of India and in it former President Shri Kovind along with India's 15th President Srimati Droupadi Murmu, seeing him off.
और अब राष्ट्रपति भवन के प्रांगण से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का प्रस्थान।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was here to welcome the new president and say goodbye to the former president, now is aboard his vehicle and is leaving the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan after a ceremony that made many memories.
एक यादगार समारोह जिसकी यादें हम सबके न सिर्फ मन में रहेंगी बल्कि इतिहास में दर्ज हो चुकी हैं। वो यादें ऐतिहासिक और भव्य राष्ट्रपति भवन जो आज के इस समारोह का साक्षी है, स्वागत कर रहा है देश के 15वें राष्ट्रपति का। आज 25 जुलाई सन 2022 को देश में 15वें राष्ट्रपति ने शपथ ली है। बदलते भारत में बहुत कुछ बदला है और सोच भी बदली है। भविष्य में लोग जानेंगे किस तरह यह बदलाव कब हुआ। इसके प्रमाण यहां मिलेंगे। इस अभूतपूर्व बदलाव को देश और दुनिया ने देखा। इतिहास भी इन पलों को इतिहास में दर्ज होते हुए देख रहा है। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
All right, so pictures on your screen were of the former president of the country being escorted out of the Rashtrapati Bhavan by the new president who was sworn in this morning. Ramnath Kovind over there being bid farewell by Droupadi Murmu. You are watching Republic TV and we will continue to bring you the latest on the swearing in of the new president.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
You want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
Now moving on to news that we are just getting on the Har Ghar Tiranga controversy. Now the AIUDF leader has made a shocking statement and objected to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Do remember that Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is being looked upon as an innovative campaign by the union government. Now, under the campaign, of course, we are seeing the hoisting of the national flag between the 13th of August and the 15th of August to commemorate India completing 75 years of independence. Into the reaction that we've got from this, from the AIUDF.
RSS never raised the Indian flag in their office. So ultimately it is a contradictory, self-contradictory. Now the BJP is in power. They are from the RSS or Rashtriya Sangchapa group. They never show any patriotism in this line. They never raise the national flag in their office. So ultimately, it is, I think, hypocrisy decisions. Everyone holds their national flag in every house. They told already the rupees 16 you will get the national flag. Ultimately, it is the process to get out rupees 16 from every family from their pocket. It is another process to get out the money from their pocket. So I don't think so. Only raise our national flag is prove their patriotism.
And Aniruddha, in fact, is reporting on this from Guwahati. Aniruddha, the leader over there saying that this is just an attempt to make people shell out about 16 rupees and it is not patriotism. What kind of response is that comment getting?
Yes, this is a massive controversial statement being given out by the AIUDF General Secretary, that is Aminul Islam, who is also an elected member of the Assam Legislative Assembly. This comes after Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has made it very clear that not only legally one should be a citizen of the country, but also there is a need to bind with the emotion that is attached to the patriotism, and also that by hosting the national flag outside their homes from 13th of August to 15th of August, one will not only prove his patriotism, but it is to connect with the nation at this moment when the country celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year of independence, that one needs to connect with the country emotionally too. This statement is definitely not a welcoming step, and we are also getting in reactions from various quarters of the society who have actually condemned this entire statement made by the AIUDF leader, and definitely Nupur, as we speak throughout the day on these various reactions, will be definitely pouring in more and more. Nupur.
Now, any comment, Aniruddha, that's coming in from the ruling BJP in Assam, because we have seen the kind of push that's been given by state governments also to this Har Ghar Tiranga initiative that has been launched.
Yes, in fact, if we look into this statement made by the AIUDF leader, remember on Friday, another AIUDF leader also made a similar statement. However, in his statement, another general secretary of the party had welcomed the move by the Prime Minister of India that Har Ghar Tiranga needs to be hoisted. However, he never shied away from criticizing the RSS on that day too. And today also, as this statement from AIUDF leader Aminul Islam comes in, the BJP is going to counter this, and we are expecting some reactions from the BJP in a short while from now.
All right, of course, as you're pointing out, this is not the first time that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has actually landed in controversy. You were, of course, taking us through the comments that we've been seeing from the AIUDF, but this particular one, essentially says that this is an attempt to take about 16 rupees from the people. Now, what kind of reactions is that getting?
Yes, Nupur, if we look at the reaction being given out by the AIUDF leader Aminul Islam, then definitely this is not a welcoming reaction at all, because hoisting the tricolor or and buying the tricolor will not only strengthen the patriotism, but also it will strengthen the rural economy, because it is the khadi and gramudyog artisans who will be making this tricolor. And in Assam, around 80 lakhs of the tricolors are being manufactured, and the government has streamlined the entire process in order to make it available to every village, every panchayat in the country. And that is the reason why the ration shops, the government ration shops, this is the place where these flags will be made available. So yes, this comment by the AIDF leader is not only controversial, but it is also an insult, particularly to the artisans, to the rural artisans of the country.
Well, absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, the Assam government has also set out the target of manufacturing those flags. It's about 80 lakh, which will be then given. So in that scenario also, Anirudh, give us more details of how the state government plans to implement this new initiative of the centre.
Yes, Nupur, the state government has made it very clear that in Assam there are 80 lakh households, and in all those 80 lakh households, the tricolor should be hoisted from 13th of August to 15th of August. And the state government, as I was mentioning, has streamlined the entire process. Flags will be available in the nearest ration shops, in every panchayat, in every village.
All right.
And in
every... Anirudh, of course, is bringing us those details. Thank you. And we are now getting more news. We are learning that trouble is mounting for Aditya Thackeray. The Maharashtra government has now ordered a review of all development work and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray. Now, this in context of his constituency, that's Worli, allegedly being given relatively more funds. Also, the project sanctioned as Environment and Tourism Minister in the last 2.5 years. So, news coming in just to tell our viewers that all the projects and development work that have been sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray, who of course happens to be an MLA from Worli, is going to be looked into. Now, these are also, there are allegations that his constituency of Worli got more funds as compared to others. Let's go across to Alicia, who's got more details on this. Alicia, good afternoon. Give us more details of what we are picking up on this.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's indeed a more trouble for Aditya Thackeray, because central government had ordered for the development of that has been sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray as the Environment and Tourism Minister for the last 2.5 years. So what we have been told that this is a request that was made by Maharashtra government, because our sources indicated that this is in context of his constituency, that is Worli constituency, relatively getting more funds, after which there was a request that was made by Maharashtra government to the centre, the request that was accepted, and now the central government has ordered for a review of all the development works and projects that was sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray as the Environment and Tourism Minister for the last 2.5 years. So all the project that has been sanctioned, all the work that has been sanctioned, so that is going to be reviewed by the central government, and it's indeed a major trouble for Aditya Thackeray, because many of the projects, we know that in the last 2.5 years when he was Environment and Tourism Minister, he has sanctioned many of the projects relatively, and more importantly what we have been told that there are more funds that was sanctioned for his constituency, that is Worli constituency. So that will also be reviewed by the central government, and from the Ministry of Home, which will send a team, what we have been told, to review all those development works and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray.
So what you are saying is, Alicia, that not just projects in Worli, but also projects that were sanctioned for the entire state of Maharashtra, are those also under perhaps a review, as he was the Environment Minister for the state?
Well, yes, Nupur, we know that right after Eknath Shinde became the Chief Minister, he's been looking into the matter, and of course he's been in contact with all the department. And what we got to know that Maharashtra government, right after reviewing all the constituencies and the work that was done by previous, that is Uddhav government, that work has been under the scrutiny, and after which Maharashtra government has made a request to the central government. And now central government has given an order to review all the development works and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray as the Environment and Tourism Minister for the last 2.5 years. So yes, there were many projects, and importantly what the sources have indicated, that this is in contest with the constituency of his constituency, that is Worli constituency, relatively getting more funds is what we have been told, and that is under the scanner of central government now, because right after the request that was made by Maharashtra government, and now the central government is going to do the audit of all the development work, the fund that was released in the name of development for the of the projects, that will be under the scrutiny, that will be under the radar, and now that is something the audit is going to be made over the project that has been sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray when he was Environment and Tourism Minister.
All right, I think Rukma is also joining us right now from our Delhi studios.
Alisha, this is Rukma here. Well, many thanks, Nupur. Alisha, taking over from Nupur, trouble for Aditya Thackeray. All in all, approximately how many projects would you say he could have sanctioned in the past 2.5 years? The process will begin now, perhaps, of unearthing those projects. But all in all, how many projects would that be, really, in the Worli area?
Well, there are many of the projects that has been sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray as an Environment and Tourism Minister, but also for his Worli constituency. Well, as of now, we know that the number of projects, as you've been asking, but we know that being a minister, there are several projects that were sanctioned. There were several funds that was taken from the central government, and that is where Maharashtra government, the new Maharashtra government under Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, is talking to every department. We know that the work that has been done by the previous government, that is Uddhav Thackeray's government, and that is under the scrutiny, and Eknath Shinde has been looking after each and every department. And of course, there are some of the fault that might have been found out by Eknath Shinde, which is why the letter that was given by Maharashtra government, the request letter that was given to central government to look into it, and after which what we know that the central government has already ordered for audit of all the development works and projects that was sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray for the last 2.5 years. Even we know that if talk about RA colony, because the RA car shed, metro car shed that was being put on hold by the previous government has now been sanctioned by Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis government, and of course there were also the stay that was given, and the order given by Maharashtra government is after the sanction that was given by High Court. So now we know that Maharashtra government, even if there is no, as of now there is no for cabinet expansion, but all the department has been taken into the radar, and they were scrutinizing what are the decision that has been taken by the previous government, that is the minister. Now it's a trouble for Aditya Thackeray.
So BJP protesting there in the national capital against the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. The BJP earlier too had held protests in the national capital regarding this, citing various examples of where there were, as it said, its leaders said, there were violations of the excise policy, particularly the liquor policy. And earlier too we had seen how the BJP in its protest has demanded the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who is in charge of excise. Meanwhile, as you can see in those visuals, BJP workers protesting against the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy, in particular against the Aam Aadmi government in the national capital. Policemen there in the area rounding workers up, appealing to them to. Our correspondent Piyush Mishra is on the scene. Piyush, what can you tell us about these protests? When did they begin? We can see that, they are about this, the slogan shouting regarding the AAP's excise policy once again.
Well, yes, these are the pictures coming in from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, which is at the Deendayal Upadhyay Marg in National Capital, where the protest is underway, and that is being done by BJP, Delhi BJP, under the leadership of its President Adesh Gupta and Ramveer Singh Vidodi, also who is another BJP leader. So top leaders are right now present there, and they are protesting against Aam Aadmi Party's new excise policy. They are saying that huge corruption has been done by Aam Aadmi Party government. Around 144 crore rupees were waived of all liquor cartel. And it has somewhere, it has somewhere costed to the exchequer. That is why BJP workers are now protesting. We can also see the pictures coming in of these BJP workers being detained by the Delhi police officers. The workers of BJP continue to raise slogans against Aam Aadmi Party. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they have nothing to do in this. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal had done a press conference and had stressed on the fact that the central government wanted to arrest Manish Sisodia since so long, and now they have come out with a conspiracy, and they are following step by step as to how to arrest Manish Sisodia. But the kind of statements also those have been issued by the top officers from the LG office. They have made it very clear as to how during the time of pandemic, instead of working for the people of Delhi, instead of providing oxygen to the people of Delhi and looking for the threats, the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi waived off more than 144 crore rupees of all liquor cartels, and in lieu of that, they allegedly got a huge amount of donations which they reportedly used for the Punjab elections. That is what the allegation also coming in from the BJP. We'll have to wait and watch for how long this politics will take place, but BJP this time is very much adamant to seek answers from Arvind Kejriwal, from Aam Aadmi Party, from Manish Sisodia, and that is why we are seeing a series of protests taking place, not only at Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, but also yesterday protest took place at Manish Sisodia's residence. Not only BJP, but Congress Party has also upped the ante against Aam Aadmi Party and demanding answers from the party which had basically promised to people that it will work to eradicate corruption and had come in the power. We'll have to wait and watch what steps the Delhi police is now going to take, but the pictures coming in of these workers of BJP raising slogans against Aam Aadmi Party, and they're also being right now being detained. In fact, multiple layers of barricading has been done by Delhi police so that there is no law and order situation takes place. Arvind Kejriwal led Aam Aadmi Party and its workers, they continue to defend themselves, and they are saying that it is a conspiracy which is being done by BJP. In fact, the already strained relationship between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continue to plummet on the kind of allegations, on the kind of recommendation of a CBI probe which was done by Delhi LG. On that, we saw BJP demanding answers from Aam Aadmi Party, though Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they have got a good amount of money in return. In fact, the government was benefited because of its new excise policy, but the officers from LG office, they have given a point-to-point rebuttal to all the claims and the defense which is coming in from Aam Aadmi Party. They have said that in the last 5 years, the revenue of Delhi government has decreased from around 1,400 crore to 500 crore, which is certainly telling us to how the exchequer money has been looted by Aam Aadmi Party government. This is what the LG officers have also told us.
It's a 144 crore scam. That's what the BJP is saying. 144 crore scam. That's what the BJP is saying, Piyush. And even as we speak, protesters there gathered outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in New Delhi, resuming their protests, demanding some answers from the ruling party of the national capital. Meanwhile, let's listen in to more details about the case from an Aam Aadmi Party.
दुर्गेश पाठक मौजूद हैं। दुर्गेश, लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा हमलावर हो गई है। वो कह रही है कि चाहे एक्साइज पॉलिसी की बात की जाए, सत्येंद्र जैन को लेकर बात की जाए कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो है वो करप्शन में सबसे आगे है, सिर्फ ये लोग दिखावा करते हैं कि ऐसा नहीं।
मोदी जी केजरीवाल जी से बहुत ज़्यादा डर गए हैं। जब से पंजाब के रिज़ल्ट आए, जब से मध्य प्रदेश के रिज़ल्ट आए, जब से गुजरात के रिज़ल्ट आए, घबरा गई है पूरी बीजेपी और कुछ भी आरोप लगा रहे हैं। आप देखिए, पिछले 2-2.5 महीने से सत्येंद्र जैन जी को ना कोई केस, ना कोई चार्जशीट, ना कोई कुछ उठा के बंद कर रखा है। कौन है सत्येंद्र जैन? जिन्होंने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाया इस देश के अंदर, जिसको देखने के लिए यूएन से लोग आए। कौन है मनीष सिसोदिया? जिन्होंने इतने शानदार स्कूल बनाए जिसके अंदर आज बच्चों की ज़िंदगी बन रही है। आज मनीष जी को अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश, और हमने तो 2-3 महीने पहले बता दिया। पहली बार एक ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री है जो कि सिंगापुर के अंदर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बुलाया गया। सिंगापुर की सरकार ने कहा कि हम पूरे दुनिया के सारे मेयर्स को बुलाते हैं, आप आके बताइए उनको कि कैसे आपने ठीक किया। ये प्रधानमंत्री वहाँ नहीं जाने देना चाहते। इनको यही लगता है कि जितना अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का कद बढ़ेगा उससे मोदी जी को दिक्कत होगी। आज राष्ट्रीय राजनीति स्तर पर, राष्ट्र स्तर पर अगर कोई एक व्यक्ति अगर मोदी जी को चुनौती देते हुए दिख रहा है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी।
Well, protests in the national capital, outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, as the BJP protests against the AAP's excise policy, what it calls misuse of the excise policy.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
थोड़ी कंडीशन नहीं थी, आज काफी हवा थी, पर फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा था कि हाँ थ्रो लगेगी। लास्ट तक वो मिला अंदर, और हाँ ठीक है, जितना भी लगाया अच्छा है कि मेडल जिताया है।
The Olympic champion has yet again scripted history at the World Athletics Championship, bagging a silver medal. Neeraj Chopra there, the second Indian to have made history there at the World Athletics Championship.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा। हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों, से हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
4 gangsters has been arrested along with the arms and ammunition, and they are getting the directions from Lawrence Bishnoi as well as from the Goldi Barat to carry a certain type of extortion racket in Punjab and Haryana as well. This operation was being carried out by STF Haryana. Their interrogation on the same line is being followed.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Year-old man from the national capital with no history of foreign travel tested positive for the monkeypox virus, making it the 4th case of the disease reported in India. A resident of West Delhi, the man was isolated at the LNJP hospital in Delhi around 3 days ago after he showed symptoms of the disease. The centre has held a high-level review meeting.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
There are 4 members in the committee, so we'll see, examine, and then let you know. So we'll inform that. And just now we have committed, so we'll inform all this.
अपना नाम बताइए, कहाँ से?
मैं खड़गपुर से आया हूँ, खड़गपुर लोकल से। मेरा
Well, those are live visuals we're getting you of just shortly we'll be listening to the medical bulletin of Partho Chatterjee. Earlier this morning, we had seen him being transported from the state-run SSKM hospital as the court had directed earlier yesterday, and he was transported by air ambulance to the Odisha capital, Bhubaneswar, to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences there. And news coming in now of Partho Chatterjee, West Bengal minister, being in hospital in AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Earlier, the court had pulled up the state-run SSKM hospital for shielding and sheltering members of the ruling party who are accused in various scams. And Partho Chatterjee, as we had shown you in those visuals this morning, being transported out of SSKM hospital to AIIMS in Bhubaneswar. And AIIMS, we will be able to listen into the medical bulletin that the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Bhubaneswar will be publishing soon as far as Partho Chatterjee's health is concerned. Earlier, the court had pulled up the state-run SSKM hospital for sheltering members of the ruling party and influential people who are accused in various scams. And all the details coming up on Republic, every update on the SSC recruitment scam of West Bengal. Stay tuned.
Four gangsters has been arrested along with the arms and ammunition, and they are getting the directions from Lawrence Bishnoi as well as from the Goldie Barat to carry a certain type of extortion racket in Punjab and Haryana as well. This operation was being carried out by STF Haryana. Their interrogation on the same line is being followed.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Year-old man from the national capital with no history of foreign travel tested positive for the monkeypox virus, making it the fourth case of the disease reported in India. A resident of West Delhi, the man was isolated at the LNJP hospital in Delhi around 3 days ago after he showed symptoms of the disease. The centre has held a high-level review meeting.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा। हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों, से हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
थोड़ी कंडीशन नहीं थी, आज काफी हवा थी, पर फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा था कि हाँ थ्रो लगेगी। तो लास्ट तक वो निकला अंदर, और हाँ ठीक है, जितना भी लगाया अच्छा है कि मेडल जिताया है।
The Olympic champion has yet again scripted history at the World Athletics Championship, bagging a silver medal. Neeraj Chopra there, the second Indian to have made history there at the World Athletics Championship.
Rajnath Singh is visiting Jammu today. He has cited several occasions of the time that India has given a befitting reply to Pakistan.
पाक ऑक्युपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर यह भारत का हिस्सा था, है और रहेगा। हम इसको मानते रहेंगे बहनों भाइयों से, हम कभी भूलेंगे नहीं।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
4 gangsters has been arrested.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
As the monsoons this year poured heavily throughout the country, River Beast that runs near Manali in Himachal Pradesh was seen overflowing beyond its usual levels throughout the Kullu Valley. While the river barely crossed the limits of the settlements in certain places, it spilled over beyond its regular course in certain flattened areas of the region. In yet another place along the river's course, a house was seen completely surrounded by rapid waters of the river. The Meteorological Department, meanwhile, has recently sounded the alert for heavy rains across 20 states till the 27th of July. While intense rainfall has been forecasted to continue over Gujarat, Rajasthan, and adjoining Madhya Pradesh during the next 2 days, an increase in rainfall activity over northern parts of India is also expected from 27th July. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And it's time now for a short break, but coming up after that, it's a historic day for India as the country's first tribal president is sworn in a solemn and gracious ceremony attended by numerous dignitaries. And coming up now, breaking news, breaking development. We are getting you those visuals of a training aircraft crash landing in Pune. Those are visuals that Republic has accessed. As you can see, it's a chopper, it's an aircraft crash in Pune. It's a training aircraft that crash landed in Pune. We're trying to get more details about what exactly happened, but these are first visuals of that aircraft, which you can see is almost in pieces there in Pune. People gathered around trying to find out what happened. We are also trying to get in touch with, we have with us our senior executive editor Niranjan to tell us about more about this crash. Niranjan, we can see the visuals there. Is the first video of an aircraft crash landing. We believe it's a training aircraft. It's over to you.
Yeah, just getting in the first pictures. In fact, the first video of the crash landing that has taken place in Pune's Indapur. We are hearing that this training aircraft crashed while training in Indapur area. This is close to Pune in Maharashtra due to technical failure, due to a technical fault. And a woman pilot of the training aircraft has also suffered minor injuries. And this is the first video that has come in. A female pilot was practicing in this training aircraft when it crash landed in Indapur in Pune. This is the first video that has come in, and you can see that it's landed at a field and seems like a crash landing, an emergency crash landing at a field. And the first picture showing that people
in that area where there were fields, largely agricultural land. They sort of came to her rescue, and it seems like it landed on its nose, and some significant amount of damage can also be seen to the front portion of the aircraft, and the pilot was seen in some of these pictures and videos just walking away with the help of those who are gathered at this village in Indapur in Pune, just on the outskirts of Pune, and she's safe. But it appears prima facie that it's a case of a training aircraft facing technical failure. And the first picture has also come in. I think let's put out the picture of the pilot who has suffered injuries, very minor injuries, but got help immediately from the residents there, the local residents who came to her help. And the picture is on your screen. That's a lady pilot who suffered injuries, and very minor though. And she seems to be safe, and she got help immediately. And the first video on your screen once again of the pilot of that training aircraft that suffered a technical malfunction and was forced to land in an agricultural field on the outskirts of Pune. Handing it back to you for now. We'll come back to the story as and when we get more details. Back to you for now.
Well, Niranjan, many thanks for taking us through those visuals. Those are the first visuals, as Niranjan was just telling us, of the aircraft. It's a training aircraft that crash landed after there was some technical malfunctioning which took place. On the left there, you can see the visual of the pilot, a female pilot who's being led away by some of the locals. And the aircraft crash landed in Pune. And as far as we know, the pilot is safe with maybe minor injuries. Time now for a short break here on Republic, and a historic moment for India. All the details on Republic as Droupadi Murmu becomes the youngest and first ever tribal president of the country.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Amid the intensifying political turmoil in Sri Lanka's capital, about 70 miles to the east, the country's tea pickers are worried about their future. The economic crisis in the country has led to unpredictable consequences and difficult living conditions for these tea pickers. These factors pertain to global economic chaos such as rising fuel prices, shortages of food, the pandemic's after effects, and the Russia-Ukraine war.
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream, with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amid the intensifying political turmoil in Sri Lanka's capital, about 70 miles to
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
We're live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. We'll get you the fastest updates here on Republic TV. Let's have a look at the first story that we're tracking right now. And this one is coming in from Maharashtra. A training aircraft crashed while the training was happening in the Inderpur area of Maharashtra due to technical fault in this aircraft. Well, in the incident, what we learned so far is the female pilot of the helicopter has suffered minor injuries, and those are the visuals there on your screen. The first video that we have got for you is on your screen. The crash is due to a technical fault. That's the inputs that we're getting at this point of time. We also know that the female pilot was practicing with the training helicopter. So this is the visuals for you on the screen. On the right side, you can see the female pilot who has suffered the injuries. You can see those visuals there on your screen. And on the left side, you can see that the aircraft had crashed there in Pune. This has happened near Pune, in fact. Now, this, viewers, is a training aircraft. I repeat, it's a training aircraft, and these are the first videos of the aircraft on Republic. All right, aviation expert, Group Captain Augustine is joining me on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. Can you please tell us a little bit about what exactly do you think has happened here? Because what we know is a training pilot, and what we know that this happened due to a technical fault in this aircraft. And the female pilot also has suffered some minor injuries. All right, we're getting some technical issue with the audio line. I want to go across to Alisha, who's going to get us all the updates. Alisha, take us through the details we're getting so far. We know the front of the aircraft is completely damaged. Now, who was this female pilot who was flying this plane? And we know she was practicing. She was practicing with this helicopter. What are the details that you're picking up, Alisha?
Well, yes, it's a training helicopter, and the pilot, as we have been talking about,
where a helicopter, that is the aircraft that has been crashed, and well, we can see in the picture as well where the female pilot is suffered a minor injury. She's safe as of now, but the incident happened this morning, importantly, and what we have been told that the female pilot, she was practicing in this training helicopter, and due to some technical issue, what we have been told, the confirmation that we are getting from our sources that this was a technical issue that occurred during her training, after which she had to make an emergency landing, and due to which the aircraft that has been crashed, but she is safe as of now, and we can see in the picture.
Right, Alisha. Alisha,
I will just come back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm also being joined by Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Thank you for joining us. We had some problem with the audio line. I hope you can hear me now. Group Captain, what do you think really happened here? Because this is a training aircraft which crash landed in Pune. What we know is that there were some technical faults. What is your first reaction coming in? Because is this even safe? Is this even safe? If one female pilot is there, she suffered injuries. What do you make out of this incident?
You couldn't have found a better person than me to ask this question, because my daughter is also training on a similar aircraft in Jamshedpur. So it is an aircraft called Cessna 152. Cessna 152 is it is in fact the basic training aircraft for not only Indian pilots, but pilots world over. Thousands of, in fact, hundreds of thousands of these aircraft are flying world over, training young pilots who are starting to fly. And as you can notice, it is a single engine aircraft. So, and it is powered by an engine called Lycoming. Again, one of the very reliable engine manufacturers. And if maintained well, this aircraft does not stop in air. And if it does, it starts also very beautifully, because I have also flown it myself. But be that as it may, what I need to tell our viewers is, while training, you are given practice how to land this aeroplane in case you can't make it to the runway if the engine stops. And that is what I think this girl has done, and she has done it beautifully, because not all the places you will be able to crash land and walk away. So she's walked away with minor injuries. Kudos to her, the way she has handled this emergency. And, I see my daughter with minor scratches, if she has come out, she has done it very, very beautifully, and that is what I can say. This is not a helicopter, this is a fixed-wing aeroplane. Over to you.
Right, it's an aircraft, basically. Okay, it's not a helicopter. All right. Also, I would like to ask you that when it comes to technical faults, now, you said that this female pilot, of course, has handled it very well, but there's sometimes, Group Captain, when that does not happen. So what does that really say about technical faults in an aircraft? Because let's say it's a passenger aircraft or something else, even a defense aircraft. These kind of technical faults can prove to be more deadly in these scenarios.
Very nice question. Thank you for asking this question. It takes me back to 1st of March 1995. I was on takeoff road with some 64 rockets and guns and you name it. I was fully loaded with armament, and just short of takeoff, my engine burst into flames and I had to force land. And a part of my skin on my face is new. I got fire. I got caught. I was on fire when I came out of the aircraft, but I came out alive just because proper training was provided by Indian Air Force, and we have practiced this, thousands of times for such eventuality. Even immediately after takeoff, how do we force land? The issue that comes to fore is the aspect of single engine, Shivani. Single engine in which there is no redundancy. An engine is an engine. आपकी कार की इंजन कई बार खराब हो जाती है, तो साइड में खड़ा रख के हम किसी मैकेनिक को बुला लेते हैं. तो that does not happen in air. आप इस कार को या जहाज को साइड में नहीं खड़ा कर सकते कि भाई कोई मैकेनिक आएगा और रिपेयर करेगा. It is not possible. So you have to find a place to put it down. Very recently, there was a crash in Hyderabad. The child could not land the aeroplane because she was flying in a terrain in which suitable landing ground was not available. That is your bad luck. So if you're flying over hills, where will you land if you have an engine failure? So that is the problem with single engine. The question about passenger aircraft which you asked, passenger aircraft has 2 engines or more. Some has 3, some has 4. So you have a redundancy. Look at Sukhoi 30. It has 2 engines. MiG-29, 2 engines. Rafale, 2 engines. So all the fighter aircraft, modern fighter aircraft has redundancy. The older generation fighter aeroplanes did not have redundancy. So if you have an engine failure, it was doomed to be, it was doomed to follow the fate what happened to this particular aircraft. But the girl has handled it beautifully and walked out with minor scratches. So, if it was up to me, I would give her an award. Over to you.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, there, aviation expert, joining us and helping us understand what really happened there. Alicia is also joining me live. Alicia, now these are the visuals we have got for our viewers, and also Group Captain helped us understand what really happened there. That the female pilot also did a good job by making sure that, you know, the plane, even though it's a little damaged, that not much damage was done. She got minor injuries. Also, take us through exactly, are we getting any reactions coming in from any authorities on this, or any aviation experts, apart from, of course, Group Captain who has spoken to us right now? All right, I'll come back to you, Alicia. We're getting some more breaking news coming at this point of time. And now this is coming in fact, on the SSC scam. Rao will be getting that to very soon, but this is the big story we're tracking at this point of time. A training aircraft has crash landed. First video of the aircraft we just showed you. All right, we're getting some breaking news. Now this is in relation with the SSC scam. Now West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita Mukherjee has been now brought to ESIC Medical College and Hospital for medical tests. That's the big news we're getting for you at this point of time. Partha close aide taken for a medical test. Arpita Mukherjee taken for that medical test. Remember, Arpita Mukherjee, the close aide of Partho, in fact, is being taken for that medical test. Now, she is the one who had stashed almost 22 crores at her residence. Almost 22 crores in cash was seized from actress Arpita Mukherjee's house. She was a close aide of West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, and Chatterjee is arrested by the ED in the alleged teacher recruitment scam case. And ED suspects that the cash seized from aide Arpita Mukherjee's residence are proceeds of the alleged State School Service Commission scam. So right now the visuals there on your screen, Partha's aide being taken for the medical test. Visuals coming in in relation with the SSC scam, viewers. This is big news coming in at this point of time. Remember that there are some charges against Partha Chatterjee, very, very serious charges against him in the SSC scam, where many recoveries have been made. And in fact, during the hearing, the EDs claimed that Chatterjee is an influential person and should not be kept in a state-run hospital, because at this point of time, viewers, is that Partha Chatterjee has been flown to Odisha in an air ambulance. At the same time, Partho's aide is being brought into the hospital for a medical check. All right, I'm being joined by Priyanka on the phone line. Priyanka, take us to the details right now. We are seeing that TMC Minister's aide is being brought to the hospital. What next can we expect at this point of time? All right, we'll get to Priyanka in a moment right now, but visuals on your screen. Republic is leading the SSC scam news break. Visuals there on your screen of Arpita being taken for that medical test. At the same time, the other Bengal minister who's related to this case has been flown to Odisha in an air ambulance as well. So we are seeing multiple updates happening in this SSC scam. Remember that she was produced in court on Sunday. She's a close aide of TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, and in the court had sought her custody for at least 14 days. So, in fact, many developments have been coming in this case, and we're getting you every update on Republic TV at this point of time. Arpita being there, taken for that medical. And remember, a heap of cash amounting to almost 22 crore rupees was found. A foreign currency and a jewelry box was found. In fact, a treasure trove, you can say, was found in her house. All right, I'm being joined by Priyanka back with us now. Priyanka, take us to the details right now. What can we expect next in this case?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. We have been tracking the entire developments that have been taking place on the ground right now, and we are expecting that Arpita Mukherjee will be produced before the Sessions Court, before the special court itself, so that her remand can be further sought for. So, because she had been remanded to the ED custody for 1 day, and we had seen yesterday as well how there had been restrictions, reasonable restrictions as well, that had been talked about by the legal team of Arpita as well. And we had seen how they had been mentioning that overnight there should not be any questioning of Arpita, and also that every 24 hours there should be a medical that should be done. And that's the same medical that is being done right now. She has been taken to the hospital, and post which she will be brought to the court right now, and where further legal arguments will be presented before the court to understand how further course of action can be taken and what kind of custody should be given for Arpita's interrogation, her investigation, because remember, the Enforcement Directorate has been looking at all the links, at all the seizures, at all the documents, cash as well that has been seized from Arpita's residence and also from the residences of Partho Chatterjee as well. And we have seen those documents being the point of concern for the Enforcement Directorate, and that is why they are saying that want Arpita in the custody so that she can be confronted with these said documents, because these were the documents, remember, Shivangi, that had the insignia of the West Bengal government as well on those documents. So those are under the scanner. They are being scrutinized right now. The Enforcement Directorate is going through those and is trying to determine the entire link. When it comes to the nexus of the West Bengal government that had been at play during the SSC scandal that had come to light, to understand who really had been involved in this, where really the link really leads to. But of course, as of now, Partho Chatterjee and Arpita in the custody, and they will be questioned. Partho, of course, has not been questioned as of now, because as soon as he had been remanded to the custody, he had been complaining of medical issues, of chest pain. And that is why today we are seeing in Bhubaneswar, he's been flown to AIIMS. And of course, we will wait for those developments also to come in. But let's also talk about the investigation so far, because we have been seeing the kind of links that have been emerging with respect to the Enforcement Directorate's inquiry and the kind of raids that they had carried out and the seizures that they had also made. And that is also a very telling sign of the entire scandal of the SSC recruitment scam that had come to light. And how there were government officials, how there were political figures that had also been involved and had also been playing a crucial role in carrying out this entire recruitment scam of teachers of the primary school for 9th and 10th, where they had to pay money as well. And of course, a lot has been done with those regards, because there are court orders to that extent asking for the teachers to be giving back the salary as well, and there are several suspensions as well that have taken place. But as of now, we are seeing that the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate awaiting the remand custody of Partho and Arpita, because they had been planning that they wanted both the accused in the custody so that they can be confronted with the documents and they can be confronted with each other's statements as well. So that is something that the Enforcement Directorate is also going to say before the court today to make their case for getting the remand of Arpita as well. And we are expecting in perhaps 15 to 20 minutes or so that she will be leaving from the hospital and coming towards, will be brought towards the court and will be produced before the court, where the legal arguments by the Enforcement Directorate and Arpita's legal team as well will be presented. And thereafter, the order will determine whether or not she will be remanded to the ED custody so that her interrogation can go on further.
Right. Also, Priyanka, there will be a medical bulletin soon on Partho as well. And later on, we can expect, Priyanka, that at 4 p.m. today, later on, it seems as if the PMLA court will also be, there will be some involvement there as well. Some hearing will take place. Special PMLA court will hear ED's plea, seeking his further remand on the basis of a report prepared by a team of specialist doctors. So that will be very important. Now, what will that bulletin say next? The health bulletin will say next will really play a big part right now, Priyanka, isn't it, on how this case will take the future turn?
Oh, absolutely, Shivangi. You pointed it out absolutely correctly, because we have been seeing since yesterday how the Calcutta High Court had been approached as well, because the ED had been putting forth the legal arguments claiming that Partho is making these excuses of medical emergencies, and also he was acting like a don. Now, these are the words by the Enforcement Directorate as well, as to when Partho had been taken to the SSKM hospital, that is a government hospital here in Calcutta, and they had been saying that he was acting like a don and that he could also pull some strings
जानकारी इस पूरे मसले पर राजनीति भी चरम पर है। बीजेपी हमलावर है टीएमसी पर, लेकिन टीएमसी ने चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं। एक ब्रेक का वक्त हो चला है। ब्रेक के उस पार हम बताएंगे कि इस पूरे मामले पर कैश का किंग कौन है, आखिर कब बड़े और खुलासे होंगे, कितने और चेहरे हैं जो बेनकाब होंगे। फौरन लौट रहे हैं, आप देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत।
All right, so we're getting you all the updates right now with the only channel with the biggest leads on the story. As you can see, that Partha has been taken to AIMS right now. Very soon, there's a medical bulletin on his health condition that we'll show you, of course, first on Republic TV. Also, at the same time, around 22 crore rupees have been recovered from Arpita. She's a close aide. Her medical test is also going to happen very soon. So, her medical test is happening at this point of time, viewers. Multiple updates coming in. On this case of the SSC scam. We also learned that Mamata Banerjee did not take Partha Chatterjee's call, 4 calls after his arrest, and the ED memo has also been accessed by Republic TV. Remember that while the CBI has been looking into the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff, assistant teachers and primary school teachers, the ED is probing the money laundering aspect. So there are 2 aspects being looked into right now, viewers. One is the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of the teaching and non-teaching staff, and the ED looking at the money laundering aspect. And Partha Chatterjee was the education minister when this scam was allegedly pulled off. He was interrogated by the CBI on April 26 and May 18. The ED had arrested him after conducting raids at his Kolkata residence for over 26 hours, and in fact 20 crores more than that was seized in cash from his aide Arpita Mukherjee's residential premises. So all this has been happening, back-to-back developments happening there. At the same time, Partho is being taken to AIMS. He was taken through an air ambulance. So we are seeing multiple updates happening in this case. Later on, like we told you, that at 4 p.m., around 4 p.m., a special PMLA court will hear ED's plea seeking his further remand on the basis of a report prepared by a specialist team of doctors. So that bulletin, which will come soon, the medical bulletin, which we will, of course, be bringing to you live when it happens, will play a very, very big role. When it comes to the next turn in this case, what will happen next? That medical bulletin will be something that we have to watch out for. That, of course, will happen at any time now. And Republic right now setting the agenda with the biggest leads coming in the SSE scam row. Multiple updates coming in, viewers. Multiple updates coming in on this big story. Also, at the same time, politically, remember that as per sources, old guards in TMC want Partho to continue in the party. But the younger sections, we have learned, of the party is gunning for his removal. So that's also happening politically in West Bengal. Remember that he was re-elected, Partho was re-elected from the Behala Paschim seat in the 2021 assembly polls. He currently holds the portfolios of parliamentary affairs, IT, electronics, industry, commerce, enterprise, public enterprise, industrial reconstruction in the Mamata Banerjee-led cabinet. So it's a very, very important case right now. And that medical bulletin, like we're telling you, is expected any point in this time. So we are getting back.
इलाज चल रहा है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है शुरुआत में पूरी बॉडी को एग्जामिन करने के लिए पहुंची, और उसके बाद ये तय हुआ कि कौन कौन से टेस्ट किए जाएंगे, जिसमें मुख्य तौर पर नेफ्रोलॉजी है, कार्डियोलॉजी है, इसके अलावा रेस्पिरेटरी मेडिसिन है, और ऐसे ही पूरी एक लिस्ट तैयार की गई है। कहा ही जा रहा है कि किडनी की भी समस्या है। तो कुल मिलाकर बहुत कम चांसेस ऐसे लग रहे हैं कि आज ही यहाँ से डिस्चार्ज हो जाए पार्थ चटर्जी। इंतजार लगातार है, हमारी निगाहें बनी हुई हैं, लेकिन आपको शुरुआत से हम पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट करके बताते हैं। देखिए, यही वो रास्ता है जहां से एम्बुलेंस आई थी पार्थ चटर्जी की, और कोलकाता से जब वो एयरपोर्ट पहुंचे थे तो ग्रीन कॉरिडोर तैयार किया गया था। यहां जब भुवनेश्वर के एयरपोर्ट पहुंचे तो थोड़ा वक्त लगा, लेकिन जैसे ही इस जगह पर आए, इस जगह पर आकर एम्बुलेंस रुकी थी, यहाँ आसपास लोगों की भीड़ जमा हो गई थी और लोगों की नाराजगी भी उन्हें झेलने को मिली। लोगों ने बहुत ही नाराजगी में नारेबाजी की, लेकिन इसी बीच वहीं पर सुरक्षा का जो पहरा है वो और ज्यादा कड़ा हो गया, और उसके बाद पार्थ चटर्जी को, जिन्होंने सफेद रंग का कुर्ता पजामा पहना हुआ था, उनको सुरक्षा के साथ व्हील चेयर पर बिठाते हुए अंदर ले जाया गया। अंदर जाकर एक प्राइवेट वार्ड है, सीधा जाएंगे, काफी अंदर जाकर वहां पर
इसी तरह के बैरिकेड्स लगाए गए ताकि कोई और ना आए और उसके बाद प्राइवेट वार्ड में उनको शिफ्ट किया गया। वो हमने वो तस्वीरें भी अपने मोबाइल से कैप्चर की हैं अपने दर्शकों तक पहुंचाने के लिए। फिर उसके बाद उनको बेड पर लिटाया गया, लेकिन इसके बाद एम्स के जो डायरेक्टर हैं यहाँ के भुवनेश्वर के, आशुतोष बिस्वास जी पहुंचे अपनी टीम के साथ। उन्होंने पूरी बॉडी को एग्जामिन किया। हमने जब उनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश की ऑफ कैमरा।
All right, now Priyanka is joining me. She's at the spot right now. Priyanka, take us to the details. You are joining us live. Take us to exactly what's happening, where you are on spot.
Well, Shivangi, we're right outside the special court, the PMLA court, where in fact Arpita will be produced since her one-day custody will also be culminating today with the medical that will be done, because just yesterday we had seen in that hearing as well where the one-day custody to Enforcement Directorate had been given, but of course there were restrictions that had been levied by the legal team of Arpita that had been that had been stated before the court, and the court had agreed to them that for 24 hours, every 24 hours, there will be a medical done for Arpita, and also apart from that there will be no questioning that will be done, interrogation that will be done during the night time. So of course in that we had seen late evening this order coming to light, and then in the night of course she was not being interrogated as per the court order as well. So today we can expect some kind of legal arguments in those parts as well, because the Enforcement Directorate has not gotten the time to interrogate properly either Partho Chatterjee or Arpita as well, and that is why the Enforcement Directorate is expected to make those points before the court right here at the PMLA court where we are present here. In fact, they will be produced here, and we are tracking all the cases when it comes to
the salient points for which the Enforcement Directorate has been asking for the remand. Those will be presented before the court. The reasons for why the Enforcement Directorate requires Partho Chatterjee and Arpita in their custody right now is something that they will be presenting before the court as well. They will be stating about the kind of documents as well that have been recovered. Because remember, we had seen the kind of raids that had been carried out, extensive raids by the Enforcement Directorate across Calcutta in the residences of Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. And we have seen how those kind of documents of the West Bengal insignia in those had also been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, and those were a very crucial piece of evidence, and that they want to use to confront Partho Chatterjee and Arpita as well. And those are the latest when it comes to the investigation, and these are the kind of points that will be put forth by the Enforcement Directorate before the court as well, so that their remand can be sought for by the Enforcement Directorate.
Okay, Priyanka, also basically we are waiting for two bulletins right now, medical bulletins. One is happening, one medical is happening, and one will be a bulletin of Partho very soon. Now, Priyanka, this case has two layers. If you can just help us understand exactly what's happening in both the layers. One is the CBI looking into the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff and assistant teachers. The other one is the money laundering aspect of it, which the ED is looking into, Priyanka. Just help us understand where things stand in both the layers.
Well, as far as the current investigation and the current raids that had been carried out was that by the Enforcement Directorate. So let's talk about that part of the investigation. And we are seeing how the kind of documents that had been seized by the Enforcement Directorate in the residences of Partho Chatterjee and Arpita, and the documents that are going to be deciding the trajectory of the investigation. Because remember, the Enforcement Directorate had been talking about how the entire SSC scandal had been going on, but also the misappropriation of funds, the dubious financial transactions that had also come to light with respect to Partho Chatterjee and Arpita as well. And let's not forget the heaps of cash that had also been seized by the Enforcement Directorate from the residence of Arpita as well. And she will, of course, be questioned about that, and we are already getting some source-based information as to the kind of links to that cash of Arpita and Partho as well. The Enforcement Directorate is finding out whether there were any Hawala transactions as well that had been involved. So all of those parts, all of those things are a part of the investigation that the Enforcement Directorate wants to carry out, and that is why today is a very crucial day, because we have been seeing that the Enforcement Directorate has been approaching the court to get Partho Chatterjee and Arpita in their custody, but as of now we have been seeing since the last 48 hours the kind of excuses that have also been made by Partho Chatterjee, and today we are seeing Partho Chatterjee in Bhubaneswar as well. But we are on the ground getting you all the updates when it comes to the legal matters, the legal proceedings that are all set to take place here today. Viewers, stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Droupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip a Droupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
You are whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है. किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं.
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है. एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी.
Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Tracking the big story coming in, this one from Maharashtra, where a training aircraft, we are told that belongs to the Kargil Aviation in Baramati, has in fact it crashed. We are told the incident happened near Pune, and these are the visuals also that we're getting to you live right now. The aircraft crash landing that was reported in Pune. A female pilot also sustained injuries in this particular accident that happened. Meanwhile, the DGCA, we are told, has ordered a probe into this incident that happened. The pilots are safe and no casualties have been reported in this incident. More details are awaited, but the latest that is coming in, the Kargil Aviation that has also issued a statement saying that the female pilot suffered injuries in this particular crash landing that happened in Pune. The DGCA, meanwhile, has ordered an inquiry into this incident. So that's the latest coming in, the incident that happened in Maharashtra's Pune. A training aircraft had to make a crash landing due to a technical fault that was reported in the aircraft. And after the crash landing, as you can see in those visuals, the female pilot also sustained injuries. An inquiry has also been ordered by the DGCA, and a statement in this regard has also been issued by the DGCA on the Pune chopper crash. We have Alicia tracking the updates closely. Alicia, if you could give us the latest updates. We understand that the DGCA has ordered an inquiry, and also the reason what you're learning for this crash landing.
Let me read out the official statement that was coming in from Kargil Aviation, clearly stating that the aircraft belonged to Kargil Aviation in Baramati. DGCA has initiated the investigation. Pilots are safe and no casualty reported. More details can be shared only after the DGCA Aviation. So here's the incident that has happened today early morning by around 11:30 a.m. where a training aircraft that crashed in the farm in Indapur district, in Indapur Taluka in Pune district. After which, it was due to the technical issue, what we have been told. And but it's really a bravery of that pilot, a woman pilot who was on the training, and she was doing a training in the same training aircraft. After which, due to some technical issues, she has to make an emergency landing, and that was in the farm in Indapur Taluka in Pune district. After which, DGCA has ordered for a probe in the investigation, and as per the statement that was given in from Kargil Aviation, that aircraft belongs to Kargil Aviation in Baramati. DGCA has initiated a probe in the case, and more details can only be shared after the investigation. So this is something very important, and yes, of course, it's a bravery, action that has been initiated at that point of time, because the incident of 11:30 a.m. in this morning, where the trainee pilot is being safe.
All right.
Yes.
Alicia, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So, Alicia getting us all those updates on this crash landing that was reported in Pune, and inquiry has also been ordered. And to a big story this morning, India got its 15th president today. From Odisha's Rangpur to Raisina, take a look at Murmu's majestic journey to Raisina.
Meeting the arrival of the president-elect, Srimati Murmu.
नवनिर्वाचित राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू का स्वागत अभिवादन कर रहे हैं निवर्तमान राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद, और आज से नवनिर्वाचित राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू का आधिकारिक निवास होगा ये राष्ट्रपति भवन।
राष्ट्रपति अंगरक्षक सलामी देगा, राष्ट्र सल्यूट, पंजाब।
President Ramnath Kovind sitting in his vehicle, and accompanying him the President-elect Srimati Droupadi Murmu. And as we await the swearing-in ceremony of India's 15th President to take
the President's cavalcade to reach the Parliament House premises, you can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi now entering the venue.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
लेती हूँ कि
मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी। श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, उपराष्ट्रपति श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू जी, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लोकसभा के स्पीकर श्री ओम बिरला जी, चीफ जस्टिस एन.वी. रमन्ना जी, सम्मानित सांसदगण, अन्य महानुभावों, देवियों और स्वजनों तथा मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, सभी को जोहार। 26 जुलाई को कारगिल विजय दिवस भी है। ये दिन भारत की सेनाओं के शौर्य और संयम दोनों का ही प्रतीक है। मैं आज देश की सेनाओं को तथा देश के समस्त नागरिकों को कारगिल विजय दिवस की अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ।
And a quick roundup of news in brief. TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee has now been taken to AIIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed the Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee from the SSK Hospital in Kolkata to the AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Droupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th President of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by CJI N.V. Ramana.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी
As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, the outgoing president bid farewell to the nation with a heartwarming present. The outgoing president said that he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti targeted outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's legacy, claiming that the Constitution of India was trampled upon umpteen times under his tenure, raising the abrogation of Article 370 and CA. Mufti claimed that Kovind fulfilled BJP's political agenda and allowed the unabashed targeting of minorities and Dalits. The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the centre of BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate, with the opposition claiming that the government is using the movement to deflect the attention from important issues. Now AIUDF is too opposing the Tiranga campaign. Meanwhile, TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee has been taken to AIIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed the Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee from the SSK Hospital to Kolkata to AIIMS Bhubaneswar.
Now viewers, trouble mounting for Partha Chatterjee as he has been brought to Bhubaneswar, and of course the medical bulletin is awaited. Meanwhile, his close aide Arpita is also be expected to produce before the court right behind me, and we are on the ground getting you all the updates from Calcutta with respect to the ED investigation. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant, killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strike had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs. which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
And Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has tweeted on the training aircraft crash that happened in Pune. The training aircraft crash in Indapur, Pune district is unfortunate is what Jyotiraditya Scindia has said, and no fatalities have been reported, adding that praying for the recovery of the injured pilot Ms. Bhavika Rathod. The DGCA meanwhile has commenced an investigation to ascertain the cause of the incident. So that's the tweet on your screens as well that has been put out by Jyotiraditya Scindia on the training aircraft crash that happened in Pune. And remember, a probe has also been ordered by the DGCA there. The female pilot also sustained injuries in this particular accident that happened.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes.
And more breaking news coming in, this one from Karnataka, where an infighting within the Congress has been reported. Open war of words that has erupted in Karnataka Congress. In fact, we are told that Congress leaders openly attacked each other. Congress leaders have targeted DK Shivakumar. So a big fight there over Congress Chief Minister face in Karnataka ahead of the polls. Sagai is breaking that story for us. Sagai, give us more details. Congress infighting that continues and now just ahead of the state polls next year.
See, Congress seems to be a divided house in the state of Karnataka. There are two camps, one of Siddaramaiah and the other one of DK Shivakumar. Remember, last week when DK Shivakumar addressed Vakaliga community rally in Ramnagar, had requested Vakaliga community to rally behind him for the Chief Minister's post. And following that, there were people who had criticized him. Now, his own MLA, Zamir Ahmad Khan, has hit out at DK Shivakumar, stating that one cannot become a chief minister by wooing only one particular community votes. You have to take all community together if you have to become the chief minister. And he has also stated that if that is the case, in Muslim there are 15% of vote bank in Karnataka. Even I feel like being a chief minister the forthcoming election. He takes a direct jibe at KPCC president, his leader in Karnataka, on his statement. For more updates on infighting within Congress against DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, keep watching Republic TV.
You want to say anything about the questioning? 200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Droupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Droupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour. 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece.
Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm.
You are whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
At least 8 people have died and several others injured after 2 double-decker private buses collided with each other on UP's Purvanchal Expressway. According to reports, the incident happened near Narayanpur village under Loni Khatra police station area. Both vehicles were heading to Delhi from Bihar when the collision happened. The accident happened when one of the buses stopped suddenly and the second one, which was at full speed, collided with it. The injured were immediately rushed to a nearby hospital.
एक बस दूसरे बस से टकराई और इसमें अभी तक की जानकारी के अनुसार 8 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है और 16 लोग करीब घायल हुए हैं, जिनमें लोगों को यहाँ ट्रॉमा लखनऊ के लिए रेफर किया गया है.
A team of police officials were rushed to the accident spot and an investigation is underway in this matter. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. India gets its first tribal president and the youngest president of country, Droupadi Murmu.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Droupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Droupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
Well, you want to say anything, Rahul? Well, you want to say anything about the questioning? 200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
And the top stories.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Droupadi Murmu takes oath as 15th president, becomes youngest president and the first tribal president.
राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
Mehbooba Mufti attacks outgoing President Kovind. AIUDF targets India's most patriotic campaign. Insults Har Ghar Tiranga. Partho's arrest memo with Republic shows dialed Mamata Banerjee. Big communal conspiracy busted in Bijnor. Brothers in Bijnor wore saffron cloth to cloak identity. All right, viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla, and let's go straight to the top story that we are tracking for the past few days. That is the SSC scam. Republic has accessed a full list of Partho. The seizure list is with Republic right now. This is big news coming in at this point of time. I'm being joined by Shravan Sen on the phone line. Shravan, take us through what exactly is there in this list.
Well, in fact, it gives out full details of the searches that were basically carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at Arpita Mukherjee as well as Partho Chatterjee's residence. Now, what's important to point out here is that they are making a mention of also the activities that took place soon after the arrest because of the number of calls that were basically made by Partho Chatterjee to Chief Minister, to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and multiple calls that were essentially made, which we are given to understand as per the arrest memo wasn't answered by the Chief Minister. Now, let's take a look at some of the details of the seizure that was essentially made, in which they are talking about 21 crore rupees that was seized from Arpita's residence. And secondly, with regards to the searches that were basically carried out at Partho Chatterjee's residence, they say that they've also got some incriminating evidence in terms of documents directly related to the recruitment scam. That has been accessed by the
All right, Shravan is getting into those details. I'll be coming back to Shravan. For now, viewers, we've got the exclusive details of the ED case against Partho. We have got you all the exclusives and the biggest leads in the story. We also have Partho Chatterjee's arrest memo, which we showed you. But right now, the complete list of the seizures. Remember, this is one of the biggest news breaks of Republic at this point of time. And also, we had told you that over 20 crores in cash gold jewelry was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. Shravan is joining me back. Go ahead, Shravan. You were saying something. All right, getting some audio issues right now. Niranjan is joining me. Niranjan, take us through this seizure list because this is the big news coming in right now. Republic continues to get every layer of the SSC scam, Niranjan.
The case, let me tell you about the details here. The Enforcement Directorate has spoken about the details, saying that various complaints were received wherein it is alleged that the then Education Minister Partha Chatterjee, in connivance with his associates, looted huge money. So I'm just marking out the important parts of the ED case: looted money, and they got complaints to that effect. ED says he looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs, saying that they sold government jobs. Sold government jobs. And these are details that have been mentioned in the ED case. And they spoke about amassing huge properties in Moza Kiroda block, Pingla, West Medinipur, in the name of BCM International School, which is being looked after by Shri Krishna Chandra Adhikari, the maternal uncle of Shri Partha Chatterjee's son-in-law. The inputs received also indicated towards the laundering of the proceeds of crime to Arpita Mukherjee. So they speak about Arpita being used to launder money. And there are details also of how they conducted, the raids were conducted at the premises of Partha Chatterjee. And they speak about the full details of where the raids were conducted, saying that during the course of the search, various incriminating documents related to immovable properties. So they're also talking about properties that were found in the name of Arpita and her companies were recovered and seized as mentioned in the Panchnama drawn after concluding the search proceedings. So they're saying that there were Benami firms in the name of Arpita also found during the raids by the Enforcement Directorate. Full details available, and they're talking about how admit cards of the candidates, summary of final results, post of D group or Group D staff, intimation letter for verification of testimonials, personality test, and all of these documents essentially related to the recruitment of teachers was found from the residence of a former minister. And it's baffling why a former minister would have admit cards, would have all the details, and we're putting out the details of that. The post of clerk, now these were government jobs essentially, and the allegation is that in lieu of these government jobs, a lot of money was looted. Shravan is joining me. Shravan has accessed the full case file. Shravan has accessed the Bengal cash scam case files, and Shravan is joining me with the details right now. Shravan.
Well, if you simply go by what the Enforcement Directorate has found after the searches, it only raises this question as to what exactly was the former Education Minister essentially doing by keeping admit cards and also recruitment of Group D staff, documents belonging to that in...
Shravan, can you hear you, Shravan? Shravan, hear you, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, I think I just lost the line there with Shravan. Lost the line there, but the last line here, when the ED speaks about the case, the admit cards and all the details that have been recovered, the documents of recruitment that have been recovered, the last line here says, the application form for recruitment of clerk and Group D staff in respect of Samapati Thakur, a list of 48 candidates of upper primary teacher with roll numbers, which indicates that Partha Chatterjee is actively involved. Actively involved being the key word here. Actively involved also in the appointment of Group D staff. Let me go across to Shravan, joining us with the details. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, as I was pointing out, that from the searches it becomes abundantly clear that there is a role that the former Education Minister has essentially played and which needs to be investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. For them, the challenge right now is to establish the connection between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. If you go by the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, they make a mention of the fact that after the searches, they basically recovered admit cards, documents pertaining to Group D staff recruitment. All of these documents were actually found from the former Education Minister's residential premises. It only raises this question, what were these documents really doing at the former Education Minister's residence secondly? And also it is linked to some of those who've actually not got a job despite being able to clear the examinations and having a certain ranking. It turns out that there was that not just the former education minister, but there are others who are also basically involved in it, premises of which have already been searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Important to point out here is that they have also found a link at this stage with Orpita. And the fact that they are basically indicating that there have been instances where Orpita as well as Partho Chatterjee, they have traveled together. The proceeds of crime were basically distributed, is what the Enforcement Directorate suspects at this point in time. It would be important to track down what really happens in the court when Orpita Mukherjee is produced, and in the remand, there would be a mention of the investigation details and the progress that they have made so far. Having said that, these are some very serious questions that have been raised, at least if you simply go through the claims that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the seizure list, where they have put out full details of the items that were recovered from Orpita's residence, and B, the items that were recovered from Partho Chatterjee's residence.
Well, absolutely. And let's show you the pictures as well. In fact, while we stay on the case details, there are several documents. We'll show the documents, but also show the pictures of him being brought to Bhubaneswar. We're standing by for the details. Standing by for the details of the medical bulletin of Partho Chatterjee and also his aide Arpita, who was taken to court earlier today. And there were pictures that came in. Now, we are tracking the latest. Shravan has the details. In fact, let me show you the document. If I can ask, my team to pull up that document where the list of companies is shown. We had one of those documents where Arpita's properties are also being seen. Arpita's properties are also being seen. And I'm going to pull up that document as well. Why don't you tell us about that document? Why don't you tell us about that document? The document where 10 property list is there. I'm just going to pull that up. It'll just a while. But Shravan, if you can take me through the details of what has been found so far in this particular case. I think the proof, the sheer amount of proof in terms of hard cash, in terms of admit cards, in terms of companies, the money trail, seems like they have a solid case. Shravan.
Prima facie, certainly, Nirajat, that they have a strong case that they are building upon at this point in time. If you take a look at the list of properties that have essentially come under the scanner, properties linked to Orpita, the Enforcement Directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime, which would essentially mean the bribes that were allegedly taken by Partho Chatterjee through Orpita Mukherjee and various other people who are basically involved in this entire scam. Now, if you take a look at these properties are prime properties that were bought through Orpita Mukherjee and various others. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped by Partho Chatterjee himself and through certain companies. In fact, they say that they had actually received a tip-off that had they not carried out the searches on the very day that they did, perhaps the money would have already floated outside. In fact, ahead of Durga Puja, remember there are certain clubs which received the patronage of Partho Chatterjee. They had a suspicion that this money that was recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's residence would have essentially been used for other purposes. And that is the reason why you saw that kind of a calibrated approach that was made by the Enforcement Directorate. The searches were basically carried out, leading to this massive cash stash that was recovered by the agency, which now raises very uncomfortable questions for Partho Chatterjee, because not just the cash that was recovered, but also there are packets or envelopes with the department's insignia, which only goes on to raise this question as to what exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Orpita Mukherjee.
Okay, staying with the pictures of that, those are pictures of Arpita Mukherjee from earlier today, aide of Partho Chatterjee, and Partho Chatterjee himself has been taken to AIIMS. We had details of the calls that were made as well. Let me show you the ED arrest memo. The ED arrest memo, I'm going to list out the ED arrest memo, which talks about the calls that he had made. I'll put up the ED arrest memo, which mentions how he dialed Mamata Banerjee as well. Can you tell us about that? What is the Enforcement Directorate saying? Shravan, on that front. Okay, seems like I lost the line with Shravan there, but getting in more documents, in fact, of the arrest of Partha Chatterjee. I'm going back to some of those documents. This is the document. I'm just trying to show you this document here. This particular document, you know, if you blur the number, I'm blurring the number, I'm not showing the number. But essentially what this document shows is that there may have been an attempt, and I'm blurring the number, but the Enforcement Directorate says that a call was made to the Chief Minister in the arrest memo, but she didn't take that call. He tried to call her, is what they've said on record, saying that Mamata Banerjee, Honorable Chief Minister's mobile number, he called her, but she did not receive the call, and that's the breaking news update as well. So let's go back to that to the main document that we had showing the details of the case. And this is the other document that we had that showed, if I can show you this, let me zoom into that and just change it a little bit. I'll just change it up a little bit. Just bear with me. You know, if you can see this document, I'm just blurring out the number here. But this document, if you can come full frame, I'll just read out from it. I'll just read out from this document. It says, name of relative or friend. This is the arrest memo. The arrest memo. And the arrest memo is explosive. Because the arrest memo of Partha Chatterjee says that Mamata Banerjee, Honorable Chief Minister, name of the person or friend whom the person taken in custody intends to inform. So basically Partha Chatterjee wanted to inform Mamata Banerjee according to the ED arrest memo. He called her, but she didn't take the call. It says another opposition MLAs given another number given perhaps, but she didn't take. Opportunity, another opportunity given, but she didn't take the call. And there are details of the calls as well. Calls from Partha. Partha called 1, 2, 3, 4 calls. 4 calls were made after the arrest. So the arrest happens at about 1:55 a.m. and he tried to make calls reportedly to the Chief Minister, and she did not receive the call. And this is what the officer has said on record. I'm just blurring out the officer's name here, just to be safe. But this is explosive. Not just the details, but the calls that were made after the arrest, detailed in the arrest memo here of the ED. And the ED has said calls made were 4, and that the date and time of arrest was 1:55. Calls at 2:30, 2:33, 3:37, 9:35 a.m. 4 calls made, 4 calls, and there were no answers to those calls made by Partha Chatterjee to Mamata Banerjee after the arrest. So this is another explosive aspect that has come to light, where 4 calls were made, and the timing of those calls, 2:30 a.m. and there's a 2:31 a.m., 2:33 a.m., the third call at 3:37, and then you have 9:35 a.m. 4 calls were made reportedly as per the ED and their arrest memo. These calls were made to Mamata Banerjee by Partha Chatterjee, and she didn't receive the calls, is what they have said on record. So that's another aspect which is there in the document, which has been accessed by Republic TV. The entire Bengal cash scam document is on Republic. Taking a short break, I'm handing it back to you for now. We'll come back with the full details of the case and what the AIMS team in Bhubaneswar have to say about the health of Partha Chatterjee. Because the High Court in Bengal, in Kolkata, came down heavily on politicians trying to admit themselves or get themselves admitted in medical facilities to evade agencies, and that's another breaking aspect that has come to light. And in the last 24 hours, it's been setback after setback for Partha Chatterjee. Back to you for now.
All right, Niranjan is getting us all those top updates right now. We've accessed stunning and robust proof with the ED right now, but the calls which were also made by Partho Chatterjee to Mamata Banerjee, and those calls were not received. We also got some details of several people who are involved and how government jobs were sold, viewers. How government jobs were sold. All right, let's have a look at the other top stories we're tracking from across the nation. Droupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th President of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by the CGI.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक
भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी।
As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, he bid farewell to the nation with a heartwarming speech. The president said that he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti targeted outgoing President Ramnath Kovind's legacy, claiming that the Constitution of India was trampled upon umpteen times under his tenure. Raising the abrogation of Article 370 and CAA, Mufti claimed that Kovind fulfilled BJP's political agenda and allowed the unabashed targeting of minorities and Dalits. The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the center of BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate, with the opposition claiming that the government is using the movement to deflect attention from important issues. Now, AIUDF is too opposing Tiranga campaign. TMC Minister Partho Chatterjee has been shifted to AIIMS Bhubaneswar after the Calcutta High Court directed the Enforcement Directorate to transfer arrested West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee from SSK Hospital in Kolkata to AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Trouble mounts for Aditya Thackeray as Maharashtra government has ordered a review of all the development works and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray. This is in context of his constituency Worli allegedly getting more funding. The Bijnor police have arrested 2 people for allegedly trying to incite communal conspiracy in the vandalism case. As per the police, the vandalism was done to disturb the peace in the district. Meanwhile, the police is also closely monitoring social media platforms.
कस्बा शेरकोट स्थित कुतुब शाह की मजार पर भी इन्होंने कुछ तोड़फोड़ पहले की थी। दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, दोनों से पूछताछ की जा रही है। मोहम्मद कमाल और मोहम्मद आदिल ये 2 भाई हैं, इनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है और पूरी जानकारी की जा रही है।
BJP workers took to the streets of the national capital protesting against the Delhi government's new excise policy. The workers in large numbers carrying placards and party flags raised slogans against the Delhi government and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Central Crime Branch in Bengaluru has arrested a radicalized youth from his residence at the Tilak Nagar area. The CCB team of 30 people raided his house and detained him along with his 4 roommates. A complaint has been registered against the youth and his 4 roommates. Meanwhile, police is investigating the matter further. Police have registered a case against an unidentified man and initiated an investigation for allegedly giving live threats to actor couple Katrina Kaif and Vicky Kaushal through social media.
A breaking news development coming in this time, a tweet by Jairam Ramesh, the communications in charge of Congress party, and he has tweeted a letter submitted to the Honorable Chairman Rajya Sabha by all opposition parties And he writes in bracket, including TMC. That itself is another story, but we'll come to that. He says in the letter signed by, according to him, all the opposition parties. I can see Binoy Vishwam of the CPIM, Mukul Vasnik of the Congress Party. We have seen Ram Gopal Yadav and Pramod Tiwari again of the Congress, Jairam Ramesh again of the Congress, and Vandana Chavan of the NCP. And the letter says, today at the swearing-in ceremony of the Honorable President, Shri Mallikarjun Kharge, leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, was made to sit in a seat not commensurate with the position he holds. We are writing to express our shock and protest at this deliberate disrespect shown to a very senior leader, violating the warrant of precedence and not in accordance with protocol courtesies due to him. I think this is set to explode. This joint opposition protest at the seating arrangement during the swearing-in ceremony of the President of India in the Central Hall of Parliament. We are yet to ascertain the facts in terms of what has led to this and what was the seating arrangement. If we can pull the visuals, I can ask the desk to pull out the visuals of the swearing-in ceremony when President Murmu was given the oath by Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramanna about 4 hours back. What was the seating arrangement? We'll have to see. According to the opposition, leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, was not given a seat commensurate with his position. In fact, the opposition alleges there is a breach of warrant of precedence as it happens in the seating arrangement, and that's what comes out of this letter signed jointly by the opposition leaders. I can see many of the Congress leaders and some others. For example, we have K. Elongavan, we have Binoy Vishwam, we have Mukul Vasnik, we have Ram Gopal Yadav, we have Vandana Chavan, and many of those names we can't decipher. There is a signature from the Shiv Sena. We have K. Venugopal, and some of the names are not there, or the parties are not written. But in all, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 signatures in this letter written by leaders jointly of the Rajya Sabha protesting against the arrangement, seating arrangement, protesting against the seating arrangement during the swearing-in ceremony of President Murmu, where according to them, leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha was not given a seat, which was as per the warrant of precedence or in accordance with protocol or in accordance with courtesies, and hence a deliberate disrespect according to the opposition has been shown to Mallikarjun Kharge and hence to the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. I think this is going to snowball. We are as yet awaiting A to see whether this was a lapse or a genuine act of omission, if I could call that, and a response is awaited from the Rajya Sabha on this issue which has been raised by the opposition. We'll have to see how the government responds to this. The opposition obviously taking umbrage at the fact that their leader in the Rajya Sabha was not given due respect, was not given a proper seat which was commensurate with his position as the leader of opposition, and the opposition alleges that there was a deliberate disrespect shown, and this is there was a deliberate disrespect shown to the senior leader, and it was violation of warrant of precedence, and it was not in accordance with the protocol courtesies. All right, this is the letter which is jointly written by opposition and signed by at least 18 leaders. And Jairam Ramesh is the communication in charge of the Congress party. He has tweeted this and they have raised it with the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. on why the leader of opposition was not given a proper chair commensurate with his position. So Jairam Ramesh, Pramod Tiwari, there are some signatures which we can't identify because they are not accompanied with names and the parties. Elongavan K, then Binoy Vishwam, Mukul Vasnik, then Ram Gopal Yadav, then Vandana Chavan, then you have there's someone signing from Shiv Sena, then you have KC Venugopal, then you have all these taken together, 18 signatures in this list, and they have jointly protested against the disrespect shown to leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge. If we can get some voices either from the opposition to support this charge, or we can show the pictures. We can see in the pictures Mallikarjun Kharge sitting next to union cabinet ministers. In fact, he can be seen sitting next to Sarbanand Sonowal and Narayan Rane. So how does it become disrespect if he is sitting along with union cabinet ministers? Remember, the leader of opposition is a cabinet rank and he is actually seen sitting next to cabinet ministers. So it would be interesting to see whether the opposition is reading too much into it. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP joins us. R.P. Singh, opposition making a charge against the government for having disrespected the leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha by not giving him proper seat and not showing due courtesies to him as per protocol.
Well, हिंदी में पंजाबी में कहावत है, उसे कहते हैं आटा गुंडी हिल्दी क्यों है. I mean, there are no issues left. They pick up किसी दांत लंबा है, किसी वो एक्सपंज वर्ड्स की डिक्शनरी के ऊपर क्वेश्चन है, कभी प्रोटेस्ट की जो चिट्ठी हर साल निकलती है उस पर क्वेश्चन है. There is question of where there is no question. I mean, and I don't know whether they are playing the role of opposition or they are into some school or some college level politics.
Also in the pictures it is seen that though Mallikarjun Kharge is sitting next to union ministers Sarbanand Sonowal and Narayan Rane, he is not clapping when union minister, beg your pardon, when the president is being given oath, and I think everyone is clapping after the oath ceremony is over, but Mallikarjun Kharge is seen little angry. He is not seen very happy, he is not satisfied, and he is not clapping. So I think it must have begun there only. He must have realized that as leader of opposition, he should have been given a different chair than the extreme right, chair that he has been given. And in the pictures, it can be seen that he is not happy. If the desk can really show it clearly, yes. Now in the pictures, it is seen that Mallikarjun Kharge is really not enjoying his presence in the Central Hall of Parliament. He is not happy clearly with the way he has been seated, though of course he is sitting next to union ministers, and as leader of opposition he gets a cabinet rank, so it's not that he is sitting behind them, he is in the front row, but then he is not like the fact that he is sitting to the extreme right in a corner. He should have been somewhere in the middle. I think that must be the objection, R.P. Singh.
Well, as you said, I mean, leader of opposition is equivalent to the cabinet minister rank. So he was given, as per protocol, he was made to with the cabinet ministers only. Right or left or extreme right or extreme center, that's not the issue at all. But as I said, they have to rake up an issue without a reason, and they have to rake up issue of non-issues. And then there's the reason that people have started rejecting them also, because they're not picking up people's issue. It's their personal issues. That Sonia Gandhi, why is Sonia Gandhi called? Why Rahul Gandhi is called? Why Kharge is not being given seat? I have another question to ask on this. When ED called Kharge for the questioning, why didn't the Congress supported him as they are doing it for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi? At that time, he didn't feel that his party is neglecting him.
ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी की प्रेसिडेंट बनी है, सबको खुशी है, लेकिन लोकतंत्र में ये तो लड़ते रहते हैं. ये चुनाव है, चुनाव शब्द ही लड़ना डेमोक्रेसी में. जब तक डेमोक्रेसी अस्तित्व में है तब तक चुनाव लड़ते ही रहते हैं, और उन्होंने चुनाव में जीत गया है, इसलिए उनका अभिनंदन हम करते हैं. वो अच्छा उनका कार्यकाल हो, डेमोक्रेसी की हिफाजत करे, संविधान की हिफाजत करे, सच्चाई को बचाए, और जो आज देश में हल्ला गुल्ला हो रहा है, गड़बड़ी हो रही, कम से कम उसको संज्ञान में लेकर ठीक ढंग से वो चलाएंगे, ऐसी हम आशा करते हैं।
और महबूबा मुफ्ती ने एक तरह से रामनाथ कोविंद जो आउटगोइंग राष्ट्रपति हैं, अब भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति बन चुके हैं, उनके बारे में टिप्पणी किया कि उन्होंने ऐसा लीगेसी को छोड़ा है जिन्होंने संविधान को रौंदने का काम किया है।
उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बताना नहीं चाहता हूँ, वो उनके व्यूज हैं। लेकिन अब जो आउटगोइंग प्रेसिडेंट है वो टिप्पणी मैं नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जो आने वाले हैं या आए हैं कम से कम वो तो रक्षा करें।
15वें राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर
Not seen clapping.
That was Mallikarjun Kharge clearly not speaking on the issue which has been raised by joint opposition insofar as seating arrangement in the Central Hall of Parliament is concerned. But in the pictures it can be seen clearly that Kharge is very unhappy. He's looking unhappy, and he's not clapping along with the other ministers present when the oath is completed by President Murmu in the Central Hall of Parliament, which happened about 4 hours back. And I think that anger now translating into this joint letter by opposition, which has been tweeted by Congress's communication in charge, Jairam Ramesh, saying that this has been taken up with the chairman of Rajya Sabha. The response of the Rajya Sabha is obviously awaited, and Jairam Ramesh there tweeting a letter which has been submitted to Chairman Rajya Sabha by all opposition parties expressing disapproval on the seating arrangement in which Mallikarjun Kharge has been made to sit to the extreme right, though of course he continues to be there in the front row along with union cabinet ministers, given the fact that leader of opposition is a cabinet rank. But the opposition sees a breach of courtesies, a breach of protocol, and a violation of warrant of precedence in the seating arrangement. It seems they would have wanted that the leader of opposition sit next to the Prime Minister, perhaps, and in the pictures he's seen sitting to the extreme right in a corner, though of course next to Union Ministers Sarbanan Sonowal and Narayan Rane. But in the picture it can be clearly seen that Kharge is feeling slighted and not happy, and that has translated into this letter by joint opposition signed by 18 leaders and written to the chairman Rajya Sabha seeking redressal. We don't know what kind of redressal can come, but they have registered their protest, the joint opposition, and they are writing it in shock to protest at this deliberate disrespect shown to a very senior leader, violating the warrant of precedence and not in accordance with protocol and courtesies that are due to the leader of opposition. This must have begun there itself when Kharge sat.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ने अपना पद संभाला है। भारत के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है कि जनजातीय समाज से आने वाली हमारी बहन आज़ादी के 75वें वर्ष में जैसे देश आगे अमृतकाल की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, उसमें उनका उत्साहजनक नेतृत्व देश को मिलेगा। मैं अपनी ओर से और हम सब की ओर से उनको बधाई देता हूं। हमें उम्मीद थी कि आज राज्यसभा ठीक से चलेगी। कॉलिंग अटेंशन मोशन विपक्ष के द्वारा दिया गया था कोविड-19 के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए। बढ़ते हुए केसेस देश में चिंता का विषय, चेयर ने उसको स्वीकार किया था, स्वास्थ्य मंत्री सदन में थे। दुर्भाग्य से विपक्ष ने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय की चर्चा भी नहीं होने दी और पुनः एक बार हाउस को डिस्टर्ब करके, हाउस में सार्थक चर्चा करके आगे देश को एक अच्छा मैसेज देने के बदले फिर एक बार कामकाज, महत्वपूर्ण कामकाज को रोक दिया। सरकार महंगाई के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। पहले दिन से हमने ये रखा है कि हर विषय पे सरकार चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। महंगाई एक ज्वलंत विषय है। हम चाहते हैं कि इस पे देश को पता चले कैसे भारत ने कितने अहम कदम उठाए जिससे भारत की महंगाई बाकी देशों के निस्बत कैसे कम रखी गई, कितने महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पे सरकार की भूमिका इतनी प्रोएक्टिव रही जिसके कारण आज जहां अमेरिका या यूरोप में 1-1.5% से बढ़कर महंगाई 9 और 10 और 11% तक गई है, भारत में जो कांग्रेस और यूपीए के जमाने में डबल डिजिट इन्फ्लेशन का आदत पड़ गई थी, उसके सामने भारत में तो 4-5-6% महंगाई लगभग एवरेज रही है। हाल के दिनों में इतनी बड़ी विश्व में समस्याओं के बावजूद भी हमारी महंगाई 7% के आसपास है, जो विदेशों के निस्बत बहुत कम है, क्योंकि सरकार, केंद्र सरकार ने, हमारी कई राज्य सरकारों ने बहुत प्रभावी रूप से महंगाई को रोका है। जबकि जिन राज्यों में विपक्ष की सरकारें हैं उन्होंने तो आज तक पेट्रोल डीजल तक के टैक्स को, जीएसटी के, अपने वैट को कम नहीं किया। जीएसटी का विषय हर बार उठाते हैं, उस पर भी पूरी तरीके से आप सबके सामने, देश की जनता के सामने स्पष्ट साबित हो गया कि वो यूनानिमस डिसीजन था, जीएसटी काउंसिल का था, केंद्र सरकार का नहीं था। उसमें कांग्रेस के भी सरकारें हैं, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स में भी और पूरे काउंसिल में भी। वहां तो कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने, आम आदमी के 2-2 सरकारें हैं, किसी ने अपोज नहीं किया। तो एक प्रकार से पूरी तरीके से विपक्ष महंगाई की डिबेट से, महंगाई की चर्चा से विपक्ष भाग रही है। विपक्ष डर रही है कि उनका पर्दाफाश होगा। और मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार और हमारे भाजपा एनडीए की राज्य सरकारों ने जिस प्रभावी ढंग से महंगाई के सामने काम किया है, आज पूरे देश में संतुलन में रखने में हम सफल हुए। और कांग्रेस की जहां-जहां सरकारें हैं, जहां-जहां विपक्ष की तृणमूल कांग्रेस की पश्चिम बंगाल हो, तेलंगाना में केसीआर की सरकार हो, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार हो, ये पूरी तरीके से फेल हुआ है देश की समस्या।
Piyush Goyal speaking on disruptions that are taking place inside the parliament, inside the Rajya Sabha by the opposition, because of which regular adjournments are happening. But then, as of now, of course, the focus entirely on the controversy stoked by Congress party in a joint opposition letter, in fact, which has been tweeted by Congress's communication in charge, Jairam Ramesh. The opposition is unhappy at the seat that was given to leader of opposition, the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, during the oath-taking ceremony in the central hall. Clearly in the pictures, even Kharge not looking happy about it. With this, over to the studios.
All right, thank you for that, Abhishek. Moving on then to more news. The entire country will be commemorating the supreme sacrifice of our brave hearts in the war of Kargil. Here are some exclusive reports filed by my colleague Zeenat from the Dras sector of Kargil.
Has completed 23 years, and today we are seeing not only the soldiers of Indian Army but also locals are paying tributes to the fallen soldiers and also remembering the memories, recalling the war, the deadly war between the Indian Army and the Pakistani intruders. And this is the place where the fought was fought for more than 47 days. One can remember the Batra top. Yes, Captain Batra, who's known for his slogan, Ye Dil Mange More of. We talk about the Tiger Hill, and then you see the Dras, where actually this whole thing was going on for 47 days. And then if we take it from here, we will show you the peaks of the Tolo link. Tolo link connects you to the Kargil and the Batalik sector, where again this war was going on when Indian Army lost more than 700 soldiers. But yes, if we talk about the Pakistan and the damage that was done by the Indian Army while they tried to illegally capture these peaks, it was in thousands, and we remember that they did not even take the bodies of those intruders back. Even Air Force contributed in this war when they launched the Operation Safed Sagar. And if we talk about this Kargil war, the operation was given a code name which was known as Vijay, Operation Vijay. The celebrations and also the commemoration is taking place here at the Dras, where the soldiers.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Droupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip a Droupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
viewers. Welcome back, viewers. And going back to the story, which has been stoked by the Congress party of controversy surrounding the seating arrangement in the Central Hall of Parliament when the oath-taking of President Droupadi Murmu was taking place. And the Congress and the entire opposition in Rajya Sabha, in fact, very unhappy that the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, was not given a chair proportionate to his office and was in fact, according to the opposition, a breach of precedence, a breach of courtesies, a breach of protocol and a breach of warrant of precedence. But now we have a fact check coming in from our digital desk and from Ketna, which says that in 2012 also, Niranjan, I'll go to you. Please explain these pictures. What are they? I can see Arun Jaitley sitting in a corner just like Mallikarjun Kharge, except that Jaitley is not as grumpy as Mallikarjun Kharge. Why we are bringing these two pictures? Please show these two pictures between 2012 and 2022 and explain the difference for the benefit of viewers and for the benefit of opposition as well. Niranjan.
Well, you see, Abhishek, this is perhaps the 6th or 7th time in the last 15 days, in the last fortnight, that we've actually fact-checked them on extremely silly claims that were being made. You'll remember the unparliamentary expressions, and then there was a claim made about, if I can ask my producers to cut back to the surface, I'll just show you the exact picture. This is Arun Jaitley. I'm going to clear this again. This is Arun Jaitley. Here's Manmohan Singh and Arun Jaitley. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister then. Arun Jaitley is here right at the corner, leader of opposition back then. And then you have Mallikarjun Kharge. Abhishek, you can perhaps come here and explain to us if you see any difference in the seating between 2012 and 2022. This is when Pranab Mukherjee became the president. This is when Droupadi Murmu became the president. Back then, of course, most of the Congress leaders are smiling. Now the union ministers are smiling. Kharge seems extremely upset. But as far as the seating controversy goes, do you see any difference, Abhishek?
The difference I see is that Jaitley is gracious enough to clap. He's clapping along with everyone else after the oath. But Mr. Kharge is grumpy. He's unhappy. He's not clapping. Apart from that, of course, Mr. Jaitley is sitting to the extreme right. Incidentally, it so happens, extreme left, and incidentally, it so happens that he is sitting just ahead of Mr. Kharge, and Mr. Kharge was not given that courtesy of sitting in the front row by his own party. But here, of course, he's the leader of opposition and the cabinet rank, and that's why he's sitting next to the Union Cabinet Minister Sarbanand Sonowal, to whose right is Narayan Rane, another cabinet minister. And there seems to be one chair vacant, perhaps for one other union minister who did not come. And apart from that, again, Dharmendra Pradhan, Piyush Goyal, Smriti Irani, Arjun Munda, behind another row of union ministers. Behind is another row of union ministers, and then Prime Minister's Principal Secretary P.K. Mishra and other dignitaries going back. But what is important is that the only difference, Niranjan, I can see is between 2012 and 2022, that Mr. Kharge is not very happy. Mr. Jaitley, though pensive, is still clapping along with the rest of the dignitaries present on the completion of oath. Niranjan, that's the only difference I can see.
Well, the exact words used were, Abhishek, that it's not commensurate with the position of the leader of opposition. I don't see any difference with the seating here at all. So is it a clear case of a non-issue being blown up once again? Abhishek.
Well, as it happens, it seems that opposition has a short memory, and they would not have realized that this kind of fact check can be done, Niranjan, in these days of social media, where you can really quickly pull out those visuals from the past and an immediate fact check can be done. So I think it's now up to the opposition really to explain, or the Congress party particularly, given the fact that Mr. Kharge comes from the grand old party, that whether this is wrong or this is right, or this is wrong and this is right. So I think that kind of explanation would only come from the opposition, Niranjan. We can't say, but we have just sort of our digital desk has fact-checked, the research team has fact-checked on whether there was any disrespect shown to the leader of opposition. If it has been shown this time, was it shown that time as well?
Yeah, and in the last few days, Abhishek, you've had the unparliamentary expressions claim, you've had the issue of banned word list, and you've had several other issues which were blown up essentially to gain political mileage. But it appears that each time there was documentary proof. For example, in the unparliamentary expressions list, it was a practice followed from the 1950s. On the banned word list, something that has been followed for decades. And another non-issue being blown up. And you had that picture, ironically, that was also tweeted by the same Jairam Ramesh, if I'm not wrong, when he said, who's the real leader? There were pictures of Sonia Gandhi with Ansari when she went to file nomination. So I think it's sort of, it's been a field day for anybody who had to fact check. Not like the kind of fact checks that happen nowadays, but the kind of fact check that is out there and you really do a fact check and throw it back at them. It's sort of, blatant. Back to you, Abhishek. We'll have to take a short break. We'll take a break, come back with the live coverage. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Niranjan. We, of course, continue our rolling coverage of developments in Parliament and other news after a short break. Be right back.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Droupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Droupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour. 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave moves east, even as firefighters battle wildfire in Greece. Pope Francis.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
You want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between 2 rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried.
Or whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
You're watching Superfast 50 with me, Shivangi Shukla. We'll get you the fastest updates in international sports and national news starting from now. India got his new president today. Droupadi Murmu, who is the first tribal woman president to be sworn in the history of India. President Murmu was given a guard of honor at the Rashtrapati Bhavan after becoming the new president of India. During this time, Prime Minister Modi was also present at the ceremony. Droupadi Murmu took oath as the 15th president of India, the first tribal leader to head the highest constitutional post of the country. The oath was administered by the CGI.
मैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति के पद का कार्यपालन करूंगी
President Murmu, after taking an oath as the 15th tribal president of India, said that she witnesses energy to take the country forward and express confidence that the G20, which will direct the coming decades.
वोकल फॉर लोकल से लेकर डिजिटल इंडिया तक हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहा आज का भारत विश्व के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर औद्योगिक क्रांति 4.0 के लिए पूरी तरह भारत तैयार है.
In that address, President Droupadi Murmu assured prioritizing women's rights, saying that India has worked for women empowerment in the past and urged women to come forward and contribute to India's progress.
हर भारत के युवाओं को तथा भारत की महिलाओं को ये विश्वास दिलाती हूँ कि इस पद पर कार्य करते हुए मेरे लिए उनके हित सर्वोपरि होंगे.
As India gets its new president, the whole country rejoiced with celebrations today. The newly elected tribal woman president, Droupadi Murmu, has received congratulatory messages for various political fraternity. President Murmu inspected her first Tri-Services Guard of Honor at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in the national capital today. As Ramnath Kovind's 5-year tenure came to an end, he bid farewell to the nation on Sunday with a heartwarming speech. The president said that he received full cooperation, support and blessings from all sections of society during his tenure. After taking oath as the 15th president of India in the parliament, Droupadi Murmu proudly said that she is the first president of the country who was born in India. Murmu was born on June 20th, 1958 in Odisha.
मैं देश की ऐसी पहली राष्ट्रपति भी हूँ जिसका जन्म आज़ाद भारत में हुआ है. हमारे स्वाधीनता सेनानियों ने आज़ाद हिंदुस्तान के हम नागरिकों से जो अपेक्षाएं की थी उनकी पूर्ति के लिए इस अमृतकाल में हमें तेज गति से काम करना होगा.
President Droupadi Murmu is also the second woman president of India and the first ever tribal woman to hold the highest constitutional post. President Droupadi Murmu took oath as India president at the Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot
President Droupadi Murmu's speech said that each word the president said had a meaning. He further expressed hope on president's commitment toward the country.
स्पीच है उसके एक एक शब्द का मीनिंग था। मैं बहुत इम्प्रेस हुआ। एक आदिवासी महिला ने जो अपनी भावना प्रकट की है वो तारीफ के काबिल है, और जो उन्होंने देश के साथ में कमिटमेंट किया है बोल करके, मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि वो उस पर खरी उतरेगी।
Union Minister Arjun Munda hailed President Droupadi Murmu as she swears in as India's 15th president. He said that with her presidentship, it's the new beginning for all tribal community.
एक आदिवासी महिला के नाते पहली आदिवासी महिला ने राष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ ली। अपने आप में उत्साहजनक वातावरण है, पूरे देश में खुशी है और इससे आदिवासी समाज को आने वाले दिनों में काफ़ी प्रेरणा भी मिलेगी।
Amid various congratulatory messages coming in, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh congratulated President Droupadi Murmu on a historic victory. He further hailed her achievements, saying her struggles spread across good message to the society.
मैं सबसे पहले आम आदमी पार्टी की ओर से, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की ओर से देश के सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद की शपथ लेने पर द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को नमन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti in a tweet criticized the outgoing president's term, stating that the outgoing president left behind a legacy where the Indian constitution was trampled upon umpteenth times via the scrapping of Article 370 CAA or the unabashed targeting of minorities, and then it's stating that the acts were carried out to fulfill the BJP's political agenda at the cost of the Indian constitution. Reacting on the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti's tweet on the outgoing president's term, BJP state president of Jammu and Kashmir Ravindra Raina said that the Mehbooba has a habit of making controversial statements and she should refrain from making such statements.
महबूबा जी का जो कहना है वो उनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन दर्शाता है। लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में धारा 370 का बिल पेश हुआ, पास हुआ और उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति का हस्ताक्षर करना ये स्वाभाविक बात है। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से ये पाकिस्तान प्रस्त, पत्थरबाज, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद, ये चीज़ों को ख़त्म किया है धारा 370 के कारण से, आज रामनाथ कोविंद जी पर जो हमारे राष्ट्रपति आज तक थे उन पर इस प्रकार का इल्जाम लगाना सरासर गलत है।
Exclusive Republic TV led with the biggest leads in the Bengal's cash scam. Exclusive details of the ED against Ministers of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise of West Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, has been accessed. The Bijnor police have arrested 2 people for allegedly trying to incite communal conspiracy in vandalism case. As per the police, the vandalism was done to disturb the peace in the district. Meanwhile, the police is also closely monitoring social media platforms.
एयरपोर्ट स्थित कुतुब शाह की मजार पर भी इन्होंने कुछ तोड़फोड़ पहले की थी। दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, दोनों से पूछताछ की जा रही है। मोहम्मद कमाल और मोहम्मद आदिल ये 2 भाई हैं, इनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है और पूरी जानकारी की जा रही है।
BJP workers took to the streets of the national capital protesting against the Delhi government's new excise policy. The workers in large numbers carrying placards and party flags raised slogans against the Delhi government and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Amid BJP's demonstration against Aam Aadmi Party government's new policy, police detained several BJP protesters. Police were also deployed at the protest site to maintain law and order. Central Crime Branch in Bengaluru has arrested a radicalized youth from his residence at Tilak Nagar area. The CCB team of 30 people raided his house and detained him along with his 4 roommates. A complaint has been registered against the youth and his 4 roommates. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter further. On Monday, a trainer aircraft crash landed in a farm of Pune district in Maharashtra, reportedly due to a technical fault in the plane. Now, 22-year-old pilot Bhavika Rathore has been practicing in the trainer aircraft, suffered minor injuries. Meanwhile, the DGCA has initiated the investigation. BJP National General Secretary and in charge of Jammu and Kashmir flagged off the first ever Tiranga bike rally from Ghantaghar to Kargil War Memorial in Jammu and Kashmir. BJP leader Tarun Chugh on the first ever Tiranga bike rally said that the rally is for the Kargil Vijay Divas.
भारत की पग पग भूमि भारत के हर नागरिक की है और देश के हर नागरिक के अंदर तिरंगे के लिए एक अलग तरह का सम्मान है। जो लोग भारत को तोड़ना चाहते थे, अब उनकी एक नहीं चलने वाली। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है जिसने विकास व विश्वास दोनों बहाल किए हैं। आज जम्मू कश्मीर का हर नागरिक भारत के आए हुए अलग प्रांतों से नागरिकों के साथ मिलकर मोटरसाइकिल रैली पर निकला है।
Trouble mounted for Shiv Sena leader Aditya Thackeray after Maharashtra government ordered a review of all the development work and projects that were sanctioned by Aditya Thackeray. Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge on the 8th day of monsoon session said that no discussions have taken place until now on several issues raised in the monsoon session. He further said that this is a loss of democracy.
आज तक एक मीटिंग भी सरकार ने बुलाई नहीं और इस समस्या को सुलझाने के लिए और किस तरीके से इस चर्चा को आगे लेके जाए या क्या इससे एक रास्ता निकाले, ये तो उनका काम है।
The new Har Ghar Tiranga movement at the center of BJP-led administration has sparked a political debate with the opposition claiming that the government is using the movement to deflect attention from important issues. Now with the latest, AIUDF is opposing the Tiranga campaign.
BJP is in power. They are from the RSS or Rashtriya Sangchapa group. They never show any patriotism in this line. They never raise the national flag in their office. So ultimately, it is I think hypocrisy decisions. Everyone holds their national flag in every house. They told already the rupees 16 you will get the national flag.
Reactions coming in on the AIUDF statement. The BJP spokesperson RP Singh on Har Ghar Tiranga campaign said that RSS has nothing got to do with the national campaign and believes in patriotism.
Well, what do RSS has to do with the Har Ghar Tiranga thing? It's the 75th year of the independence. It's the Amrit Mahotsav which has been celebrated in India and the country. So we should take this message to every household. And then for my members from AIUDF, there's no other organization which I know in the country which preaches nationalism more than RSS.
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti in a tweet criticized the outgoing president, stating that Ramnath Kovind has left behind a legacy where the Indian constitution was trampled via scrapping of Article 370. The PDP chief further stated that the acts were carried out to fulfill BJP's party's political agenda at the cost of the Indian constitution. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gave suspension of business notice under Rule 267 in Rajya Sabha over the misuse of CBI DD against the Delhi government today. After his treatment at the state-run SSKM hospital was objected against, the Enforcement Directorate, West Bengal Commerce and Industries Minister Partho Chatterjee left for Odisha to be treated at AIIMS in Bhubaneswar. The minister, along with his aide Arpita Mukherjee, are being investigated for a teacher recruitment scam in West Bengal State Service Commission that led to irregular appointments of several teachers in the state.
We have constituted the committee and then we'll examine. This is just we have seen the patient, so detail we'll see and then let you know what exactly. This is the just beginning. We have not gone in detail all the investigation, everything. then we'll let you know everything. Okay?
After how many days you will stay here?
We'll see and then find out.
As heavy monsoons sweep through India, the river Bias near Manali in Himachal Pradesh was seen flowing over danger levels, overflowing and spilling over dangerously close to human settlements along its path, while taking over the valley as great amounts of rainwater rushes along with the river. The superintendent of Fever Hospital, Dr. K. Shankar, in an exclusive conversation with Republic on first suspected case of monkeypox in Telangana, said that the suspected person had a travel history from Kuwait.
And he has a travel history from Kuwait. And after 1 week or 10 days, he developed fever and some rash in the body. And he went to some private hospital in Kamareddy. They suspected monkeypox. And because of travel history, they informed health officials and state IDSP surveillance team.
The tragic incident reported in UP's Barabanki, 8 people lost their lives and several injured in a bus accident at Purvanchal Expressway en route from Bihar to Delhi. The incident happened after a speeding double-decker bus collided with the other. Meanwhile, further investigation is underway in the matter. UP CM Yogi Adityanath expressed grief on the loss of the lives in a road accident on Purvanchal Expressway in Uttar Pradesh. UP CM further instructed concerned officials for rescue operations and proper treatment of the injured people. The AIUDF criticized a new education policy adopted by the Assam government for not provincialized new schools. It refers to the government taking up the responsibility for developing schools and paying these salaries to the teachers within the same. The Assam government recently gave the direction to carry out the amalgamation of schools in the state within a fixed time frame following the RTE guidelines. A senior leader of the Congress claimed that the ongoing leadership tussle between the former Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and the state Congress chief DK Shivakumar was pushing the party toward darkness. An Assam-based terror suspect was arrested by the crime branch of the Bengaluru police. 30 police personnel raided his house and detained 4 of his roommates. A lead in the connection with him was confirmed by the police. Bahujan Samaj Party chief Mayawati hit out at the UP government over controversies surrounding transfers in the health and public works departments. At a meeting of BSP office bearers, she alleged that the people of UP are harassed due to a corruption at every level. Days after a portion of Bundelkhand Expressway developed deep potholes due to rains in Jalon, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav on Sunday asked BJP government when will bulldozer move on those who built the expressway. A portion of the Bundelkhand Expressway developed deep potholes due to heavy rains at Jalon within a week of PM Modi's inaugurating the 296-kilometer road. Shiv Sena's Uddhav faction challenged the ongoing proceedings of the Election Commission with regards to the case of disqualification of MLAs of Shinde faction that remains pending at the moment. The proceedings were challenged at the Supreme Court, with the faction arguing that the commission was not able to decide who the real Shiv Sena was. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin wrote to PM Modi requesting him to take necessary steps to secure the future of medical students who have returned from Ukraine. The CM wrote a letter in the response to a query raised in the Lok Sabha, where it has been clarified by the Minister of State of Health and Family Welfare that no permission had been given by the National Medical Commission to transfer or accommodate any foreign medical students in any Indian medical institute or university. 25th batch of more than 3,500 Amarnath Yatra pilgrims have left for Kashmir Valley from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. Now, earlier, Amarnath Yatra was halted due to heavy rains witnessed in the Union Territory. Dozens of people have been evacuated after 2 towns on Japan's main south island of Kyushu, where a volcano spewed ash and lava into nighttime sky. Japan's Met Agency raised the eruption alert to the highest level of 5 and advised 51 residents in 2 towns facing the volcano to leave their homes. There have been no reports of damage or injury so far. The presidential office in the Sri Lankan capital of Colombo reopened after days of anti-government protests in the country. The office was opened amid heavy deployment of security. At least 17 people were killed when a boat carrying Haitian migrants have apparently capsized off the Bahamas. The Bahamian security forces recovered the bodies and rescued 25 people. In a statement on the tragedy, PM for the Bahamas said that the victims include 15 women, 1 man and an infant. According to officials, Myanmar has executed 4 opponents of the military government. Myanmar saying that 4 opponents have executed. They were convicted under the country's counter-terrorism law. The death sentences were announced on June 3rd. The 2 other men were convicted of killing a woman. They believe there was a military informer. Residents in Wellington, a village on the eastern outskirts of London, are recovering from the aftermath of a devastating fire on 19 July, which destroyed an entire row of houses after racing through tinder-dry fields nearby. Now, the fire took place during Britain's record-breaking heatwave, which created the busiest day for London firefighters since bombs rained down on the city during World War II.
I mean, there was all sorts of silly things in there, like my old nan's last packet of fags she had before she gave up smoking 30 years ago, and I just want to get in there now, and there must be something in there. There must be something I can give them back. There must be. Just one thing, you know.
A major fire broke out in southern Greece, burning homes and villages not far from the archaeological site of ancient Olympia. There were at least 6 more fires burning across the country, according to the fire service, with 3 of those burning for several days. India scripted a sensational series, clinching 2-wicket win over West Indies in the second game, held at the port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago, and Shardul Thakur picked most wickets. Akshar Patel scored 64 runs off 35 balls, making it his maiden ODI 50. Jonas Vingegaard became the Tour de France 2022 champion. The former fish factory worker from Denmark dethroned defending champion Pogacar with memorable performances in the mountains in the cycling's biggest race. France started their preparations ahead of their Euro 2022 semi-finals against Germany. The team beat defending champions, the Netherlands, 1-0 to reach the final 4 of a European Championship for the first time. Irina Camelia Begu described Palermo as a special place and insisted that she would be back to defend her title after winning the Palermo Ladies Open played in Italy.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wait, you want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's 3-year-old ban on chemical fertilizer, a move he hoped would turn the industry organic, has also added to a collapse in the production. Although the move was later reversed and growers can use the chemicals, they find them harder to come by.
I am of course worried because we don't know what will happen to us also. Not only from the top to bottom is going to suffer because of these several decisions.
The tea production in the country, however, has almost halved. Many fear it may already be too late to save the industry. But even as trouble mounts for the all-new party interim government in power, with elections on the anvil, the daily wagers have held their hopes intact. Agency report, Republic TV.
And news from across the world.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, getting some more updates in the SSC scam on your screens. Partho's aid, Arpita being produced in court as we speak right now. Exclusive and first on Republic TV. Visuals there on your screen. Remember, Arpita Mukherjee, she's the one who stashed over 22 crores at her residence. They were seized from her house and she was a close aide of West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee. And those are the visuals there of the aid. Aide Arpita being produced in court after her medical test had taken place just a short while back. Big news coming in, viewers. So this is the news coming in right now, viewers. Arpita Mukherjee, more than 22 crores in cash, gold jewelry worth many lakhs were found. With 22 mobiles were found. There was jewelry found in her house, and she is one of the people who are accused in this scam. She's an aide of Partho as well, and she's been produced in court at this point of time. This is the case. This is the case with the SSC recruitment scam. Remember that the CBI has been looking into alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff, assistant teachers. The ED is probing the money laundering aspect coming in as well. Much more coming up on the inside, viewers. In the Bengal cash scam explodes. Aid of Partho being produced in court right now. We'll get you all the updates after the short break. Stay tuned.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
And news from across the world. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the strike on the port of Odessa was to target the military targets and establishment and not to harm any civilians. The Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims that the strikes had targeted arms and ammunition depots in the territory of a diesel locomotive repair plant. This comes less than a day after Russia and Ukraine signed an agreement on resuming grain shipments. Hundreds of children and adults sheltered at a high school in Port-au-Prince after a series of shootings between two rival gangs, which caused dozens of deaths and destroyed many homes. UN humanitarian agencies have also said it is too dangerous for them to get help to people trapped in the neighborhood.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. President-elect Droupadi Murmu to be sworn in as 15th President of India today. Nitish Kumar likely to skip Droupadi Murmu oath-taking event today. Calcutta High Court permits ED to take West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee to AIIMS Bhubaneswar by air ambulance. Union Minister Smriti Irani sends legal notice to the Congress for remarks on her 18-year-old daughter. Aam Aadmi Party fact-checked by Twitter. Now social media platform marks video posted by AAP MP as stay informed out of context.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
द्रौपदी मुर्मू ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद का कार्यपालन करूँगी।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Droupadi Murmu takes oath as 15th President, becomes India's youngest President and the first tribal President. Jairam Ramesh stokes fresh controversy, complains over Kargil seating arrangement. Republic exposes the Congress claim. Pictures show that the same seat was given to Arun Jaitley in 2012. The Bengal cash scam explodes. Full details of Partha Chatterjee's arrest and complete list of seizures are on Republic. AIUDF targets India's most patriotic campaign, insults the Har Ghar Tiranga. Big communal conspiracy busted in Bijnor. Brothers wore saffron cloth to cloak their identity while targeting a mazar. Starting the news with some breaking news now coming in that the CBI has arrested 4 people for allegedly duping a number of people to the tune of 100 crore on the pretext of falsely assuring them of an arrangement of seats in the Rajya Sabha, appointment of governor, appointment as chairman in different government organizations under the central government. It's a multi-state racket. Let me go across to Shawan joining us with the details. Shawan.
In fact, Niranjan, this FIR has now been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And the input that they had essentially received was that one person who goes by the name of Kamlakar, who is a resident of Maharashtra, he was falsely impersonating himself as a CBI officer who was posted at the CBI headquarters in New Delhi. He then entered into a criminal conspiracy with 4 other people. They also are from the national capital. Essentially, what they were planning to do is they had basically made false promises. They had made assuring some candidature for Rajya Sabha against a huge consideration to the tune of 100 crores, and not just candidature in the Rajya Sabha, but several other posts, which also includes that of a governor and appointment as the chairman in different government organizations under central government. Now, this If you take a look at the period that they are essentially looking at, we are being told that it started for almost over a year now. They have been booked under various sections of the IPC as well as the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. These are the sections that have been invoked. In fact, 4 people have already been arrested. They say that there's a possibility that more number of people could be involved, and this could actually spread to not just the national capital, but various other cities from where they were essentially operating.
Okay, do we have any names of people who were duped? Any details coming in?
Well, in fact, they have at this point in time only mentioned about those who were part of this entire conspiracy, which basically includes one person who goes by the name of Kamlakar and a few other people whose names have also been shared. Mahendra Pal Arora being the other person, the third being Abhishek Pura, and there's another person who is based out of Mumbai. We've been told these are 4 people who were involved in it. Those who were duped, names haven't been revealed as yet by the sources within the...
Yes. Lost the line with Shravan there. We'll try and go back to him in just a short while. We have some more breaking news updates now coming in on Republic. Let's go across and get you the latest news now coming in on the conspiracy. Post Godhra, Republic has accessed the SIT affidavit in the Gujarat riots conspiracy. The SIT says there is ample evidence to suggest the former Gujarat DGP R.V. Srikumar was part of a larger nexus and was part of a conspiracy from the very beginning. The SIT claims there was a large conspiracy hatched with political notice. They say. SIT alleges the conspiracy was hatched by Teesta, Setalwad, R.V. Srikumar and Sanjeev Bhatt on behest of late Congress leader Ahmed Patel. That's the SIT in Gujarat naming a Congress leader, and that is why it's explosive. Priyanka joining us with the details. Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Niranjan, as you were pointing out, the salient details of this entire affidavit as well that we have accessed exclusively, that has been also filed as a reply with respect to the bail hearing is concerned of R.B. Srikumar. In this, of course, the parts of the investigation have been mentioned as to how, what really are the evidences that have come so far in front of the Gujarat SIT that has been formed to categorically look into the details of how there were fabrication of evidences, there was fabrication of documents and also the fabrication of statements that had been given by witnesses. But now these are some points of this affidavit that I would just very quickly read out for our viewers. Soon after the Godhra train incident, Srikumar held meetings with Teesta and others as well. And now this is very important part of this entire affidavit, where he is categorically mentioning that there were meetings that had taken place between R.B. Srikumar, Teesta Setalwad and Ahmed Patel as well. Now we are seeing Ahmed Patel's name again and again coming up in this entire conspiracy, how Teesta Setalwad had been working for Ahmed Patel as well, for in return of the Rajya Sabha seat as well. Those were some of the details that had come to light during the course of the court proceedings with respect to the Teesta Setalwad's bail application that she had also filed before the court as well. And now this is another clincher that is coming to light with respect to the investigation by the SIT, in which there were meetings that they are claiming that they have reason to believe, they have evidences to prove that these were meetings that had taken place with R.B. Srikumar and Teesta Setalwad as well, who had been very categorically been involved in the fabrication of the evidences when it comes to the SIT probe that was being carried out with respect to the 2002 riots. Now, apart from that, another very important point in this is that the conspiracy hatched between Srikumar, Teesta, Sanjeev Bhatt on the behest of the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel. Now, this is something that has been mentioned in the reply that has been filed by the SIT in the court, where they have very categorically said that there were on the behest of Ahmed Patel, that is all of these 3 people had been working, that is R.B. Srikumar, Teesta Setalwad and Sanjeev Bhatt. Now, these are statements that have been made earlier as well by the SIT, that they have evidences to prove that R.B. Srikumar, Teesta Setalwad and Sanjeev Bhatt had been in cahoots with respect to the fabrication of the evidence. But now this is a clincher that has come to light with respect to this reply that has been filed, Niranjan, in which they have categorically mentioned that they knew that these 3 people had been in cahoots and working for fabrication of the evidence, but they were working at the behest of Ahmed Patel, is something that has come out now in this reply of the SIT that has been filed before the Ahmedabad court with respect to the bail petition that had been filed by R.B. Srikumar as well. So this is another clincher, and of course, we had seen Ahmed Patel's daughter as well just last week when this entire story had broken with respect to the reply that had been filed in the court and the kind of arguments that had been put forth before the court as well, where Ahmed Patel's daughter, in fact, had also come out and clarified that there is absolutely no truth to these kind of statements or these kind of legal arguments that have been put before the court. But that being said, we are seeing that the SIT is claiming time and time again that there were these three people that they know of, at least Teesta Setalvad, Sanjeev Bhatt and RB Srikumar, and in the FIR as well, and also in the reply they had stated earlier while they were asking the court to reject the bail petition of Teesta Setalvad, they had categorically mentioned that there are big political figures who had been involved in this entire conspiracy to fabricate evidence, to implicate the then state government that was led by Narendra Modi, who was the chief minister. And of course, before that as well, we have seen these kind of details coming to light with respect to those meetings that were being carried out with Sanjeev Bhatt, who said that there was a meeting that had been headed by the then chief minister Narendra Modi, but that meeting had not happened at all. So those are the kind of evidences that have come to light with respect to this investigation that is being headed by the SIT now, the Ahmedabad crime branch, and of course the SIT being headed by the Gujarat ATS chief Dipen Bhadran as well. So that being said, we are looking at how more and more evidences are piling up now, Niranjan, that has now become a clincher with respect to how this was a political vendetta when it comes to the fabrication of evidence of implicating the then chief minister Narendra Modi, and also this has been mentioned in the Supreme Court hearing, in the Supreme Court order as well, that there was a conspiracy at play, there was a political motivation behind these kind of fabrication of evidences, and that is exactly what we have seen coming to light during the course of this investigation since the time that Teesta Setalvad had been arrested from her Juhu residence in Mumbai and then had been brought back to Ahmedabad. And since then, there is one after the other investigation, interrogation that was being carried out of Teesta Setalvad, of Sanjeev Bhatt, of RB Srikumar as well. Sanjeev Bhatt, in fact, just 2 days back has also now been given, remand to the police custody so that he can be interrogated. And during the course of those interrogations as well, we had seen that the SIT had already mentioned that they need remand custody of all these three accused so that they can be confronted with the big names that are coming to light with respect to these fabrication charges that have been leveled against them. In fact, they have been proven against them. So that is why they said that they need more time. That is why they said that these people should not be given bail. They have antecedents. They have connections with huge political leaders who might also tamper with this entire investigation. Even though, you know, we are seeing Ahmed Patel's name coming to light. Of course, he passed away a few years back, and now we are seeing that his family members had also come out in his defense. But the truth remains that the SIT has found now new evidences that shows that there was a meeting that had been chaired by Ahmed Patel with RB Srikumar, with Sanjeev Bhatt, with Teesta Setalvad, in which all of these discussions had also been done. All this planning and plotting had been carried out as to how to fabricate these evidences, how to make how to do witness tampering as well, how to make witnesses sign these fake statements, pre-written statements, without letting the witnesses read these statements as well. So all of this has been mentioned in the investigation. It has come out during the course of the investigation. But now, Niranjan, a clincher that has come to light in the form of this reply that has been filed by the SIT. In fact, where they have said that all of these three members had been working at the behest of the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel.
Thank you for that. In fact, that's a big development in that in the post-2002, post-Godhra riot political conspiracy. And explosive claims being made that after Godhra, there were meetings held RB Srikumar, Sanjeev Bhatt, Teesta, and a specific allegation of the Congress party's late leader Ahmed Patel, who was the advisor, the political advisor to Sonia Gandhi. The SIT claims that he paid Teesta Setalvad money, saying that he paid Teesta Setalvad money to execute the conspiracy. Now that's a very, very serious charge. And let's see what the Congress party says on it. Gaurav Bhatia is on the phone line of the BJP. Gaurav Bhatia, the SIT has gone on record in Gujarat to talk about the political conspiracy, and the exact words used are that Teesta Setalvad had received 5 lakhs and then rupees 25 lakhs from late Shri Ahmed Patel as a means to execute the conspiracy. Can I get your party's response to that? Gaurav Bhatia.
This is a clear indication of what the Honorable Supreme Court had also said in its judgment. And people like Teesta Setalvad and others, especially the Congress party, who were no match to the then Chief Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, tried to destroy him politically by this vendetta unleashed by the people. Now the truth is coming out, and the saddest part is our political vultures, they feast on dead bodies, and their sinister design is to personally benefit politically and financially from the pain of the common citizens. The truth is coming out, and we are very sure that the court would take a stern view, and these people who are guilty of orchestrating riots, of trying to attack the Prime Minister, will be punished under law.
Thank you, Gaurav. Getting in some breaking news now, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister responding to the seating controversy that wasn't. Let's cut across straight to that live response coming in from Delhi over a story that Republic TV broke.
हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार है, दोनों सदनों में चर्चा के लिए तैयार है. Not only in one house, in the both house, government is ready for the discussion on the price rise. This is duly communicated. They were telling that government is not talking to us. I have personally spoken to both the leaders in Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, and I will speak to other leaders also after a few minutes, and I urge them with folded hands. Governments want discussion, and government wants the government business also, that is bill and other things also, to be passed. So that's why सदन जो होता है वो चर्चा के लिए होता है. चर्चा के बाद चिंतन और मंथन के बाद एक निष्कर्ष पर हमको आने के लिए सदन है. लोगों को एक प्रतीक्षा है, एक अपेक्षा है, सदन में चर्चा होगा, हमारे समस्या के बारे में और कुछ हल निकलेगा. इसलिए मैं आग्रह करता हूं, और किसी मंत्री उत्तर देने दो. ऐसे गैर जिम्मेदार बयान वो दे रहे. फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री आना है क्या, ऐसे पूछते हैं. मैं बता रहा हूं, और हमारे सरकार के निर्णय है कि निर्मला जी आने के बाद वो आपको सुनना चाहते हैं. शी वांट्स टू लिसन टू यू, शी वांट्स टू रिप्लाई यू. दैट्स व्हाई आई अर्ज once again the opposition through you that please come for the discussion, and we will start the business, and very shortly I am very confident she will come to the house, and there will be debate on even on price rise for which they are demanding, and they are just making it as a reason. एक बहाना बना रहे हैं. एक्चुअल चर्चा कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड अदर ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज एक्चुअल चर्चा करना नहीं चाहते हैं. No, see, so can we expect the protesting MPs will be physically removed? It is not.
A clincher now, viewers, that has come to light with respect to the 2002 SIT probe and the fabrication of evidence against Teesta Setalvad, Sanjeev Bhatt and RB Srikumar as well, where now Ahmed Patel's name has come out in the open, and that he had been conducting meeting and these three people had been working at the behest of him. We're getting you all the details right after this very short break.
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Amity University has been ranked number 22 amongst over 1,000 government and private universities in India by NIRF, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A testimony to Amity's excellence in education, research and innovation.
And the top stories from across the globe at this hour: 17 people, including 15 women, 1 man and an infant, killed as a boat carrying the migrants sinks off the Bahamas. Wildfire near Yosemite National Park gets massive. California governor declares emergency for Mariposa County. Europe's heat wave